Hello and a very warm welcome to the University of Wolverhampton's Walsall campus. It's Birmingham WLV's host event today, live from the same venue that welcomed the BT Sport cameras a couple of weeks ago. As per the format, we have 4 games to bring to you throughout the day today, the first of those being Bolton, who take on Loughborough students. We'll run through the 2 team lineups then, starting with Bolton. They're managed by Joe Ryan and the assistant coaches Stuart Cook and Nick Parrish. Their starting 5 is Joe Payne, Rob Harper, Charlie Wallace, Oscar Lucas and Connor Woodworth. And then the rest of their squad is made up by Monty Boutell, Rhys Crowther, Liam Spinks, Mikey Bulmer, Lucas Schofield, Oliver Whaley and Rafe Barber. For Loughborough, they are managed by João Almeida and their assistant is Jose Lorente. They start with Joe Bickerstaff in goal, Jan Mewell, Lawson McCarthy, Darius Rui and Bruno Ribeiro, and the substitutes are Joseph Huckster, Ruben Santos, Fabio Teixeira, Joseph Horn, Marshall Hale and Jamie White. Alongside me today is Mike Scabala. Mike, great to have you back. What a first game that we have in store here, Bolton taking on Loughborough.
Another great day for the NFS today. I think this is a really tasty game to start. Both teams have done well with performance-wise. Probably not both got the results they've wanted over the last few, but actually I think this is going to be a really, really good game today that we've seen over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, certainly hope so. The numbers don't lie. Futsal is a rapidly growing sport in England. The BT Sport event attracted a viewing audience of over 60,000 on the Sunday alone. Bolton endured a tough second half last time out a couple of weeks ago down here against Birmingham. They were 2-0 up at half time, but were pegged back and only got a point out of that game. So it looks as though we are set and ready to get off and underway. Our match officials are Matt Bruffel, Ollie Rodriguez-Ballinger, Will Thompson and Jonathan Bruffel. So it is Bolton that get us started. This is Bulmer. Overplay on the near side lines. We are playing to the dark purple lines here today at Walsall campus.
Interesting that both teams starting quite young groups here. Most of the players being 23, which is great to see the younger talent coming through.
Yeah, Bolton today, of course, without Stuart Cook, who serves the second of his 3-match ban for the red card that he picked up on day 1 in Loughborough. Early opportunity here, perhaps. It's cut back well, and it's off the outside of the frame of the goal, I think. It was a good early opportunity for Loughborough as they came forward. It was Darius Rui on the end of it, but just couldn't quite turn it home.
Drilled. They know the game well, the coaching staff, Stuart Cook obviously helping there and Joe. They know the setup well.
Opportunity here on the counter-attack. It's Monty Boutell, but good defending by Jan Mewell for Loughborough. Important challenge that.
Huge challenge there. Monty, as we know, is power in front of goal. He's got an eye for goal and scoring goals, and I think he was just about to get that toe poke on.
From the kick in the first shot on target for Bolton, stings the hands of Joe Bickerstaff in the Loughborough goal. Boutell in possession. Just a replay of that effort there as the shot was fired in. Comfortable save, really, for Bickerstaff. This is Rui from range and off target.
Loughborough here starting with a bit of a second line press, a little bit higher. Trying to get that ball back a little bit quicker. Bolton going with more a 3-on-1 system with Ollie Whaley playing as a sort of a false pivot.
Loughborough have been impressive so far. They've got 4 points from their opening 2 games. They'll have their eyes set on continuing their unbeaten start to the new campaign today. McCarthy. Back to McCarthy, and having used Bickerstaff already, he's not an option there. Just runs out of play. The last touch off the Bolton player, and it will be a Loughborough kick-in over on the far side. Bickerstaff over halfway. This has gone there for the first foul of the game. It's official Matt Bruffel who's awarded the free kick in favour of Bolton.
Yeah, just on the replay here, Bickerstaff just took it to danger, got caught, and the referee thought he lost possession of the ball. And was holding that player, that was really resulting in a goal. So it's an early yellow card there, probably really early for a keeper to get that, but we'll see how Joe gets on.
Yeah, walking the tightrope now, really. Joe Bickerstaff. Yellow card so early in the game, but you feel perhaps left the referee no choice.
Good start by both teams today. Loughborough pressing really well, ball speed by Bolton's really good. Maybe we've seen earlier the set pieces, the kick-ins, the free kicks, the corners. Could be the thing that unlocks this deadlock at the moment.
McCarthy. He's brought to ground, and that will be a free kick for Loughborough. Another obvious foul.
What we saw there from Lewis McCarthy is the ability when you can to go 1v1 against players and really isolate. Loughborough would isolate multiple players away. Lewis McCarthy saw that 1v1 opportunity and took it. We always say take advantage. He took advantage positionally there to get this free kick.
Yeah, good position this for Loughborough. Let's see what they've worked from the training ground. Goes down the line and they have themselves a corner. Good early pressure.
Nice free kick, a bit tight on the angle. So very difficult, probably that touch should have come back towards, if you like, the wall to just create more of an angle for a shot on the second touch. So it's just about the detail on the first touch there. I think it was from Marshall Hale.
Hale takes this corner, but it's given away cheaply, and Bolton on the counter-attack. Bootel's at the second post, and Monty Bootel breaks the deadlock, and Bolton lead by 1-0. A fiery counter-attack, and for all Loughborough's hard pressure early on, it's Bolton who take the lead, 1-0.
That defence to attack, if you like, I call it the positive transition when you win the ball, how quickly you break. They went 2 versus 1, good decisions, go centre and back, and then into the second post and Monty to do what he does all the time and finish. Brilliant.
Opportunity here for Loughborough. Can they equalise immediately? They do. Good link up between Rui and Meevold, and it's an instant response to draw level 1-1.
Here we go. What a 30-second mark for this game. There. What a brilliant goal, and Yamaira there just finishing to the tap in again. A brilliant well-worked goal. The tempo of the ball just went up a bit from Loughborough there. Pressing well, both teams doing well. What a game we have.
I thought this one might be a corker to get us started, and it has started that way indeed.
Bolton pressing here as well, which is great to see. Both teams want to get after this ball. There's no time for other teams to settle in transition, so it's a very turnover game at the moment.
And away he comes away with possession. This is Bootel, the goal scorer for Bolton.
The team that can dominate possession here is the one that's going to start to get more of a foothold in the game.
Yeah, so important to just get a grip of things really. Also McCarthy, who went to ground, The ball was taken away from him. Loughborough have it back. Nice parallel pass to Rui, and shepherded out of play by Monty Boutel.
Brilliant example there of a three-in-line movement from Loughborough, opening up a parallel run for a parallel pass, if you like, or a corner run into a parallel pass to get out of that pressure. But as I said before, both teams are probably dominating out possession at the moment. Dominating out possession, dominating transition. It's the team that can really get hold of some decent possession here, which will start to dominate.
Whaley under pressure. And then just throws the ball down court, and Bickerstaff collects. 4 minutes played, 1-1 is the score.
Loughborough trying the same move that it got out with earlier, but it's a bit tighter, a bit less space to do it in.
Loughborough over halfway. Skeptic at the moment, but still they have it. With Marshall Hale across to Santos. Cut through the first line of Bolton defence. They do break through now. Bolton again with another important challenge, and he wins the ball back for his side.
It's interesting, Jan there, really experienced. Jan Nivell could have probably drove a little bit more aggressively into the space, but opted to try and keep possession, as we spoke about. It does feel a little bit, you have it, we have it, you have it, we have it at the moment. So, you know, the experience says we want to try and get a grip of this ball for longer periods.
Bickerstaff. Go to the opposition keeper, Joe Payne. He's looking for the long early throw out, but just overcooked that time.
Seen that a lot this NFS season, where the teams, the coaches are trying to manage possession a lot more with the keepers, which is a good tactic to have. So using that keeper as an extra player just to sort of get hold of that possession, as we spoke about. Loughborough doing that here. Joe Bickerstaff doing that naturally, just to try and get more passes in and use it, so the Bolton have to go and defend, if you like.
Yeah, perfect example of just that there, but a loose touch takes the ball out of play. First 5 played. Monty Boutel opened the scoring for Bolton, but an instant equaliser drew things level through Jan Nivell. Hits the foul. And Barber the guilty party that time.
Yeah, Huxter just turned into trouble then. He just managed to tow it out of pressure, with Rafe Barber catching him a little bit late, but actually I think he turned into somebody. He just managed to get it away. I don't think it actually went anywhere, so drew that foul quite well, and the Bolton player not quite putting the brakes on well enough.
There's a yellow card in there as well. It might have been shown in the direction of Mikey Bulmer, whether that's something he said, because it certainly wasn't the player who committed the foul. And Barber was immediately onto the bench. They're loose with that set piece, and it's over the far side touchline. Oscar Lucas has an issue here for Bolton. He's the player down on deck at the moment. Feet and play ready to resume. Lucas, nice footwork, but again just taking it over that far side touchline. It's the purple lines, can be difficult to differentiate between the different coloured lines we have here at Walsall campus, but
brilliant footwork by Oscar Lucas there. Little, you know, in and out, La Croqueta, I think the Spanish would call it. Superb.
looking for the second post, but doesn't beat the first man and goes behind. Schofield after it. Perhaps fortunate to keep possession. Horn. Now to Bickerstaff, who looks to go more direct. And through to Joe Payne. Harper. Harper, actually the only Bolton player to have scored so far this season in the NFS. Two own goals last week to a point against Birmingham.
The brilliant ball again by Lucas, just lifting it into Michael Bulmer. I think Bulmer there could have hit it first time on the volley. We see that a lot in this game where he sort of really took it and struck it. And that way wouldn't allow the defender to get back in. So, you know, better to shoot hard and high and Hampton and try and get that shot off for me in that situation.
Ruben Santos. Passes of Holt. Santos trying to control things at the moment for Loughborough, and again it's over the touchline, and that will be another Bolton kicking.
Just starting to see the experienced players of Ribeiro and Ruben Santos here, just getting a few more passes in for Loughborough, trying to build something as the game starts to settle down. But again, you know, Bolton pressing really aggressively, trying to get that ball back, which is, you know, giving that little bit of turnover still.
Yeah, Loughborough coming into this game on the back of a 6-4 victory over Manchester. Turning out to be a really big result for them moving forward as they look to build momentum. A chance here, perhaps on the attack, and it's just off target in the post.
Big victory that was for Loughborough. I thought, you know, both teams are looking to, you know, challenge for the title. For me, Manchester this year with the talent they have, and Loughborough that we know the structure and the talent they have in their team and how they play the game. So, you know, today this is a big game for Loughborough to try and get 3 points, but conversely, probably a huge game for Bolton to stick with that pack.
Here we've seen the 4 second count penalised. Joe Payne holding on to the ball from the goal clearance for too long. Don't see that too often, really. Gives an opportunity for Loughborough from the edge of the area.
So this is where we'll see obviously something from Loughborough in terms of what they're doing, or they're just going to run over and use a left foot to strike. There it is. Try to move it off the line.
Joseph Hall just off target.
I think they'd be better at moving it sideways rather than backwards. And I think, like you say, Joe Hume there was actually running around it for a right foot, so it didn't quite look like they had it all in sync. And that's the danger sometimes. You can over-tacticalise something in a situation like that. Sometimes it's probably just to, you know, touch and hit it and cause the keeper to make a big save.
This pass is loose and intercepted. Chance here for Bolton. Brilliant footwork. A good save as well, an important one to deny Lucas Schofield.
Great feat by Lucas Schofield, but what was more impressive was the interception by Lucas Schofield on the front foot defending. Steals the ball, if you like, and attacks straight 1v1. Has the ability to go round, just needed the finish.
Schofield there causing Loughborough some issues at the back. It's a slip pass forward. Still Bickerstaff. Another save there. The one before was much more important. Across to Schofield.
A huge chance. That's a huge chance for Bolton to go 2-1. Great move. Wide area to Michael Bullman, then into Schofield for a tap-in finish. Been impressed with him this season so far. Schofield, brilliant feat. It's just those end products that he needs to add to his game as a youngster. talent, you know, glides across the pitch, if you like, glides across the court when he's playing. Just needs to start adding more goals to his game, and then will become a real threat in this FA NFS. Individuals with, you know, Oscar Lucas and Oscar Schofield, if you like, Lucas Schofield, just, you know, keeping the ball, moving the ball, playing in between the lines. Good little passage of play there from Bolton.
Kicking in the defensive half for Loughborough. Approaching the midway point of this first period in the first game of the day. Been an interesting one so far. Mike, the 2 goals coming in really quick succession. Be interesting to see which team really take control.
It's been a brilliant game so far. Both teams had their little bits, you know, some individual talent on show from Bolton with some superb youngsters. Loughborough pressing really well, and then at times combining with the team really, really well to open up. So, you know, I think there's more goals in this game, and I think I'm going to, you know, be a betting man and say it won't be a draw, but I think there's more goals in it for sure.
Again, showing as an option on the near side, and straight through. Did Kane get a touch on that? Loughborough certainly think so. As he did, it wasn't spotted by the officials. Teixeira is onto the court for the first time today for Loughborough, number 8.
Again, great pressure there from Bolton. Pressing to get that ball back aggressively, and then probably getting a foothold more so in possession now. Loughborough started well with that, but Bolton seems to have the better of the ball at the moment. Playing more of a 4-0, rotating in between the lines and moving Loughborough back defensively.
Futsal trying to use his strength, but in the end just took a loose touch under pressure from Michael.
He actually did well to face forward then in the last moment, didn't it? Wasn't able to get it out of that little pressure zone, if you like, resulting in again a set piece, which we know Loughborough are good at.
Michael straight across, and in similar fashion to the chance of the other end, that really should have been turned home.
Yeah, really big chance for Loughborough. Big chance there to finish that bottom. He's gone through the middle, unopposed. Jan Marvel's found that ball through the middle, which the 2 defensive players wouldn't have been happy with at all, and the keeper, Joe Payne, wouldn't have been happy with that. That was a bit too easy to get through.
Yeah, it was Boutel and Barber at the front of that defensive setup for Bolton. The ball was split between the 2 of them. Certainly something that they'll need to sort out moving forwards, because it's all too simple for Fabio Teixeira to get the shot away. This is Boutel. Barber. board here with 9 minutes and 23 seconds left to play. 1-1 on the scoreboard at the moment, and 3-2. There's the foul count against Bolton. Back underway then. Apologies for any technical we may have encountered there.
Lucky there from Loughborough playing down the wide. It was getting in behind the Bolton defence for the first time with a lot of space.
Futsal to take the kicking, goes back to Joe Payne. Payne looking to go more direct, but too much on the long ball forwards, and it runs far out of play.
Yeah, Joe Payne there just asking for some more decisions on the ball, and Loughborough had really locked him in, and the movement wasn't quite good enough for Joe Payne to have multiple options, and in the end he had to throw that ball away. But there's a saying, let it be their problem sometimes in tight games, which means don't take risks in your own third.
Opportunity here if they can work it right, but a good save by Payne, who stood up tall. The option was on for the second post ball across to Teixeira. Instead the shot came in, and a good save by Payne.
What you saw there, Isaac, was Joe Payne making a superb save, but it looked quite natural. What he did is stood up well, used his body, so for any youngsters watching, all he did was make himself as big as possible and let the ball hit him, which is a really good way of defending those areas. Brilliant save.
Challenged by Barber on McCarthy as he tried to spin by. Referee just wants a word with Rafe Barber here.
Set back and shot to keep the pressure on from Myveld there. Excellent. What I've really liked about this game is both teams have pressed, both teams want to go after the ball. It's been a really exciting game to see out of possession. The quality in possession probably just needs to go that little bit higher for them to take the lead, if you like, but it's been really exciting out of possession. In this middle third, it's been a real battle.
Myvold looking long again and runs through to the Bolton keeper. Payne distributes long towards Futsal in the pivot position. He can't quite get the ball under his spell.
It's not a bad throw from Joe Payne there. I think Monty Futsal would have hoped to have done better with his quality. But again here, Rafe Barber pressing, stopping anyone who's trying to get out.
Good pass into the feet of Marshall Hale.
Bolton just need to be careful when they're jumping, what we call jumping players. So Rafe there jumps from one player to the keeper, and actually Loughborough trying to force that jump to give space for other players to play out in.
Great ball forwards. Opportunity.
So it's just saying that first line pressure needs to be clever to stop the one coming back and force it over to one side, what we call the strong side. So where you've got more numbers. So at the minute they are pressing, but they're pressing with one, and sometimes he's jumping and getting jumped all over the court, which is a tactic that Loughborough trying to move him, if you like, move him off the board, for a better word.
Yeah, I guess it's about trying to work as a unit, as a team, really, rather than have isolated individuals trying to do the work and then leave yourself overloaded.
Yeah, and it's difficult when you're trying to press Bickerstaff as the keeper because he's an overload. So do you sit a little bit deeper and then come? Do you just keep trying to press high? So that's the tactical cat and mouse that's going on in between the two coaches at the minute.
Well controlled by Santos. Touch takes the ball through to Payne, who rolls out quickly. And this is Bulmer. Loughborough trying to step onto their opponents here. Bootel. Won by Santos, and no free kick given. He felt he was fouled. Referee Oli Rodriguez-Ballinger thought otherwise.
Great passage of play by both teams there. We saw Loughborough pressing well, we saw Bolton building well. The players just coming round need to rotate that bit quicker to face forward on it, and it's the challenge when you're trying to build. You don't face forward, you can't run forward, you can't play forward, so that's the trigger for the defending team to get even tighter. Great skill there by Ruben Santos.
Yeah, brilliant skill by Santos as he looks to cut inside. Skip past one but was denied by Lucas.
Fantastic. Ruben Santos showed you there. It doesn't matter what tactical 1v1, 2v2, 3v3 things you have, the individual ability of a 1v1 can open up the door.
Yeah, we've seen so many times such a powerful key that he possesses. Foul off the ball perhaps, yeah, given by Matt Bruffel. It will be a free kick for Loughborough. And just a talking to as well for Monty Bootel. Now as Bolton move on to 4 fouls in this first half.
I do think it was a foul. I just think sometimes they get a bit aggressive with the hands, Futsal players are taught to use their hands, go into the body, kill the acceleration, kill the speed, and you see that a lot where it's Futsal's a lot of body contact, upper body contact, and sometimes though it can be a bit too aggressive, so you've got to be subtle about how you defend, and Monty wasn't quite subtle enough there.
Again here we see Loughborough set up in their familiar system from this sort of kicking across to Bickerstaff, and they immediately work past that first line of Bolton defence. Looking to use the ball into the feet of the pivot Rui there, but he couldn't control, and Bolton have possession back.
Yeah, you can see Ruben Santos just trying to drag and drop centrally there, drops inside, tries to play the pivot, but he needed to go more safe on the angle so he could be played off again, so it's that quality of ball into the pivot.
Shot dragged wide that time. Myval on his left foot. Would have taken something special to beat Payne from that sort of distance. Payne, good distribution. Out to Bulmer, who tries to skip past Santos. Just ran out of space over on the near side.
It was a good pressure break move by Bolton there, where they rotated and then someone ducked in between the lines to play, but they didn't quite get the second phase off. Very much a training ground work from Joe Payne, which was good to get out of pressure, but they didn't quite link the next phase.
Lucas. Bolton looking to build something for themselves. Barber. Inside onto his left and well shepherded by Jan Myvold. Now Santos breaks forward and a chance here, but just a heavy touch at the crucial moment. The ball ran away from Darius Ruhi. Now Bolton looking for the counter-attack. They've lost out. It's all got a bit end-to-end suddenly.
Big chance there for Darius, I think it was. Could have gone through second, 2-1 up. Great ball by Ruben Santos. I think it was again just to feel that into his path, and it was a heavy touch that let him down at the end. But that's where sometimes if you use your instep and not your soul, it can get away from you on the fast surface. But big chance again there for Loughborough. Here they are again using Bickerstaff to overload, to get out of pressure. can't be used and they're in trouble. Great doubling there, what we call doubling from Bolton, where it's gone into, I think it was Marshall Hale, and they've doubled up so it can't come back out, so like a spider's web around the wall, around the ball, sorry.
Santos took a tumble, but back to his feet. This is Ruhi. Loose ball and out for a Bolton kick-in. 4.5 to play in the first half. Bulmer. Well controlled by Whaley. Now maybe a chance with the overload for Loughborough. Onto the left side for Ruhi. Will be a corner.
Bolton sitting quite deep here. I don't know if it's because it's a tactic to stop that one going through like that. But they don't want to get caught with a space in and around the edge of the D.
Yeah, we saw the first line be broken through on a similar set piece. This time they do really well to win it back, and it's across to Rob Harper! Composure personified, and Rob Harper gives Bolton the lead. A brilliant ball across to him, and a neat finish past Joe Bickerstaff.
Superb again from Bolton in transition. Win the ball again, I think it was off a corner. Gone 2 versus 1. Ball across and a finish into the bottom corner. Loughborough won't be happy with being caught twice in those situations. Probably just not managing the game well enough in those periods. But what a couple of transition goals from Bolton shows you their strength, their speed and their ability.
Yeah, for large periods of this game, Loughborough have had much of the possession. You felt being in control of the play, but it's just those 2 counter-attacking goals that Bolton have scored. Such a weapon for them. As soon as they won the ball back from the corner, you felt that there was an opportunity for them on the transition.
Yeah, well, Bolton are setting up really deep, and they're looking for you to sort of play everything in front of you. But what Loughborough haven't worked out yet, and the players need to do this on court, I don't think this is a coaching team, players need to do this. Well, look at their depth, look at how far they have to come out. You could probably make them work harder than they are doing on corners here to get those shots off more centrally. Instead, what they're doing is running closer to the ball and playing in tight areas, which is forcing then for the counter-attack to happen.
Across to the second post, and that's a brilliant goal. And it's an immediate response again, and this time for Loughborough, it's 2-2.
And what you saw there was they played it on the edge of it, brought it out, trying to work the players to come out of their, if you like, their hole to come and defend it. And the structure in which Bolton came out, they actually didn't come out defending it well enough. And all of a sudden we've got another goal again in a matter of minutes. Both teams have scored. What a game.
Yeah, brilliant game on our hands here. As a timeout called by Bolton. Twice now in this first half we've seen an instant response to one side taking the lead. Brilliant contest between these two sides, and as you say, most likely be up there for the semi-final playoff spots at the end of the season, and I think with the intensity of the game we can really see why.
Everything to play for, everything to play for. I know it's early on into the season, but both teams know how important this game is for them today to keep with the running packs, if you like. Loughborough will obviously want to be challenging Bolton with the quality they brought in this season. For me, season on season have got better and better, and they look like they're looking like a good force as well.
Yeah, 3 minutes and 43 seconds left in this first half. And what a first half of futsal it's been so far.
It's had everything this half. Some real quality at times, real energy, real passion. A team that could bring that little bit of more quality to their end product, I think, is going to be the difference.
Really deep kick in this for Loughborough. They go more direct, and in the end it just resets things.
Let it be their problem. With the ball, it sounds really silly, but sometimes you just don't want to lose that ball in that area.
Yeah, it relieves all the pressure, I guess, by doing that. You don't lose the ball in your defensive third.
And for me, that's the difference between performance level futsal and grassroots and kids level futsal. You want your kids to play out there, you want your kids to try and stay on the ball, and you want to coach them. And for coaches out there, that doesn't mean, you know, that we don't want players staying on the ball in those situations. What it basically means at performance level, when it becomes about winning, it's about risk management and, you know, risk versus reward.
Bolton have worked this well. Whaley. Harper. Bit of sustained pressure this for Bolton. Haven't seen too much of that actually in this half. Both of their goals coming from transition situations. This is Whaley again, looking to cut inside onto his left. Lucas. Harper returns back to Lucas, and all the way back to Joe Payne. Payne, brilliant pass forwards.
Great pass out by Joe Payne. Bolton moving a lot there, but probably running themselves out of energy because they were rotating, but they weren't really rotating into any sort of positional specific roles. They're trying to keep the ball alive, they're trying to play the spaces, players 2 versus 2 if you like, rather than 4 versus 4. So we call it the game of 2, so both players on the wide areas were working together but not really getting anything from it. What a pass by Michael Bulmer that is.
Yeah, and a great control by Whaley as well. Whaley again to Bulmer. Harper's in on the second post, and it's just deflected behind for a corner. Great pressure. Bolton really stepping things up now.
And that was that period of possession we had. They went back to Joe Payne. He built again through Ollie Whaley. Clever passing from Michael Bulmer through the lines. That little bit of extra time on the ball allowed them to create sort of a half chance and build that pressure.
Yeah, a lovely passage of play for Bolton, and they've got a corner at the end of it. Back to Bulmer as they look to work the 3 in the line.
We've seen that a lot, haven't we, this NFS, you know, teams using that 3 players on the side of a corner to have multiple options from it. Been successful at times, but I think teams could execute with more aggression. Here's the out pass again with Joe Bickerstaff using that overload Loughborough to try and build something to the middle third of the court quickly.
Payne gathers. Goes short to Harper. Just over a minute to go until the break. Last touch came off of Marshall Hale. Bolton kicking. Payne with the long ball forward, and there's a collision there. The free kick, I think, has been given the way of Loughborough. They wanted the advantage as the ball had gone down the other end of the court. The shot was off target anyway, but as we look on the replay, yeah, it was a high foot really as Joe Bickerstaff came out to claim possession, and just there on the replay as well, the chance at the other end, but the whistle had already been blown, and that's 5 fouls now against Bolton.
So Bolton get themselves into 5 fouls. I think that Ollie Whaley did need to go for it, and I think he did, to be fair to him, pull out at the last minute. And you know, the Bickerstaff had to win the header, so it was a late challenge. I think the fair result is a yellow card because of dangerous play.
Teixeira, nice footwork. Got the finish all wrong.
Great footwork to duck inside there by Teixeira, and then there was a 2v1 on the last player because he skipped by somebody, and that's when he's just got to use a little bit more cleverness in and around those areas to create overloads.
Yeah, decision making can be so crucial in those sorts of situations because, as you say, there was a teammate over on the left hand side, and perhaps would have been the wiser option to try to work something with the overload going forwards.
He could have used used a teammate, could have used a teammate as a decoy, but in the end went to shoot, which I think was probably the wrong decision.
Futsal nipped in momentarily, but Loughborough on the counter-attack. I think they should have had a corner there, and it's left them under pressure at the back, and that will be a cynical foul. I think Fabio Teixeira knew exactly what he was doing there. The referee brandishes the yellow card.
It's getting a bit tasty in the last few seconds. I think Loughborough know that Bolton are on their 5 foul counts, and the next one will just be that 10-metre penalty. Interesting here how Joe Payne's going to try for the last 15 seconds even to manage it. Manage the game out. So yeah, Ollie Whaley dropping here to try and manage the game out. Don't want to give any more fouls away. So the coaching staff there, I think, have seen this passion, if you like, getting into both teams, and don't want anything silly before half time. We know the resets.
Yeah, final few seconds as Bolton opt to use the fly goalkeeper in the house 1-2-2 setup to the final seconds though. Whaley. So that is half-time, and 2-2 is the scoreline at the break. A really interesting contest, a really good watch between these two sides. Bolton took the lead early on through Monty Boutel. They were pegged back instantly by Jan Myveld. Rob Harper restored Bolton's lead with a neat finish, but Joseph Huckster again with an equaliser. So at the break, it's Bolton 2, Loughborough 2. Don't go anywhere. Be sure to join us for the second half. Welcome back then for the second period in our first game of the day, brought live from Wolverhampton University's Walsall campus. At half-time, it's all square. Bolton 2, Loughborough Students 2. Firstly, apologies for any technical difficulties may have hindered our commentary in the first period. Hopefully that is all sorted and things will run smoothly now in the second half. Should be a great second half as well. Interesting to see which way the pendulum will swing next. Mike, Bolton twice pegged back in that first half, as they were pegged back against Birmingham last week. Can they get themselves back in front and then hold on to the lead?
It's been a brilliant first half, hasn't it? You know, we've seen everything like we spoke about throughout the game. We've seen both teams having a go at pressing and doing really well in it. It's both teams trying to get the ball back quickly. We've been both teams taking too much risk in their own third. We you know, sometimes we can see cheap goals being given away. I don't think there's been any cheap goals, if you like. You know, teams have had to work hard. 2 brilliant goals in transition for Bolton, and then 2 work goals for Loughborough. So all evens at half time, probably fair so. But I think there's more goals to come in this game.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that one. Hopefully there's a flurry of them to bring to you in this second half. We are underway then, and this is Teixeira in possession. Teixeira onto his right foot, and what a brilliant finish! Fabio Teixeira inside 20 seconds of this second half has fired his side, Loughborough, into a 3-2 lead.
That is straight out the dressing room. You know, the tactics of working Bolton on a 3-line movement from one end to Teixeira, who can go 1v1 down the side, can duck inside a drag and drop with his right foot, and then boom, top corner. What a finish.
Loughborough truly come out of the blocks firing in the second half. Fabio Teixeira on the score sheet, and what a brilliant goal it was as well.
It was a fantastic finish. He's hit that, you know, from 10, 12, probably 12, 14 metres. But it was all about the movement before that and the phase before that, where they created that 1v1, and then all of a sudden that defending Bolton player didn't know whether he was going down the side or coming in the middle. And it was a great work goal.
It's Fabio Teixeira's first goal of the new season. And what a way for him to get things underway on a personal note, but has to be careful, because just whilst we were talking there, the referee on the far side having a word with Fabio Teixeira seemed to signal, you know, no more fouls. He has already been cautioned in that first half, so walking a tightrope now, Teixeira. Santos to Bickerstaff over the halfway line. Santos saved by the legs of Payne.
Well worked again there by Loughborough, using Joe Bickerstaff as the overload, bouncing out. And if you like, getting that player to come across and have to defend the keeper, then it goes back into Ruben Santos on his left foot, and he's got space to drive into and make decisions, whether it's a shoot, whether it's an overload pass. Working up to that middle third, progressing the game that way. Good start here by Loughborough.
Yeah, really strong start to the second half. A difficult task now for Bolton. They've got to try to gain some foothold in this game. Given away cheaply to Bolton and Bulmer. Loughborough looked to counter though, and in the end they opt to just retain possession.
Probably where you see the 2 different styles there. They had the opportunity, like you say, to transition and counter. They decided to turn out and build, whereas Bolton there, I think, would have countered and gone aggressive. So you do see the difference in styles. You know, Bolton are trying to play, trying to press, but what they are really good at is springing on that break and taking advantage of those situations.
Yeah, you know, I think momentarily there, Loughborough may have been able to work something from a 2v2, but opted to just retain possession. Of course, in the lead now, trying to manage the game to the best of their abilities. Bolton have a set piece high up the court.
Great period of possession there from Harper and Bulmer into a 2 versus 2 wall pass. The game of 2, if we call it.
Rob Harper's curling effort just didn't quite curl enough.
The technique there to use the side foot, it's always going to be difficult to beat the keeper with no back lift, and that's where the toe punt and the toe poke probably would have been better because of the short back lift. So, not quite enough power in that, even if it was on target to beat Joe Bickerstaff.
Yeah, I think it's one of the main differences in the technique from football to futsal, really. And the toe poke can be so effective. It just adds that, factor of unknown, really, for the goalkeeper as well. Doesn't maybe give chance for the keepers to set and can be really so effective.
Yeah, and it's because the ball was under his feet a lot, so he's got to dig it out with his side foot. And it's in the goals, he's not going to beat Joe Bickerstaff with that, so it's going to be really difficult. So actually, rather than trying to dig it out side foot and haven't got the backswing, just use the toe poke and get it off really hard and quick, and make the keeper make a save. Like you say, a snapshot save rather than seeing the whole of the back lift with the side of the foot.
Loughborough kick in. 5 wide by Rui.
So Loughborough here starting with, high press. The line 1 press, as you say, waiting for the runners to come on, and then the back 2 players pick up the runners, and then sort of we're in a man-to-man situation with exchanges going on for Loughborough if someone drives through. But Bolton need to work in between the lines more cleverly than they are doing at the moment. So rather than running, if you like, vertically, they need to run vertically then into horizontal movements to try and get on the ball in between those little pockets. Because you'll see by Loughborough's setup, they're squeezing it all into the middle of the court.
Possession won back. High up the court for Loughborough. And again, they just opt to retain things and look to build from deeper positions.
Bolton just like talking about having those problems of playing out. They need one to stretch it and one to play in between. And at the minute, they're not stretching it or playing in between. So everything's gone on the outside of Loughborough. They were quite comfortable with that in terms of the defensive structure.
Santos.
Brilliant overlap by Santos in a 2v2 situation to try and create more space.
Ruben Santos onto his left foot.
Great skill to drop inside. I actually think it was the wrong decision. I think he had a back post pass on that could have finished. So I think he knows that as well. And those are the key decisions in this game. He's done really well to duck inside, and we know he's got that quality of his left foot. And if he can find that second post, I think there was a player there, Darius Rohe, just being ready to tap it in, and it was open.
Yeah, as you say, it was brilliant skill to come inside the defender, but the shot from that sort of range when the option's on at the second post, again, it's about decision making, isn't it really? And just trying to pick the best option in that split second. Chance this for Bolton as they've regained possession at halfway, but Futsal was shepherded well out towards the far side, and Loughborough look to come forward themselves. Tangle of players on the floor, and the referee stopped the game, and a push, I think, has given the decision in favour of Bolton.
Like you say, a tangle of bodies there. I think Futsal has slipped. Huxter then just tried to think about winning the ball and probably just caught him in the back of the head. So I don't think there's any malice in it. I think it was just a tangle of bodies, but again, did catch him with the foot. Loughborough played well out then. They got out through Huxter down this side and then tried to overload it and nearly opened something up with a 3 versus 1. It didn't quite open up for them. Obviously, you need to be careful with head injuries. You have to make sure, go through the protocols that are important.
Yeah, Monty Butel, of course, taking all the time he needs just to be assessed. Oh, there will be a change there for this head injury. As you say, of course, have to be taken so seriously nowadays. We've seen top level many times with players carrying on in football, not only futsal, and then, having to leave the pitch or court later on. Butel here carries on, and in fact it's him who immediately commits the foul.
I do think there's going to be more goals in this game. I think as the time starts clicking on, I think both teams want to, take that extra risk to get that extra goal. Loughborough obviously looking to get a bit of air between them and Bolton obviously need this goal to get back in. So I think before long we are going to see the fly keeper earlier than I think we would usually. That's my guess, knowing two benches.
Yeah, I think that would really add a different dynamic to this game if Bolton do opt to use that tactic. Still plenty of time left in this half, of course, but at the periods when they want to try to gain control and then push on from there. This is Oscar Lucas. Butel loses possession.
Saw some great movements there by Oscar Lucas, and Butel didn't quite see it where he could have just clipped it between the lines or over the top into loads of space for that runner. It was a great run by Oscar Lucas, but Monty Butel just didn't quite see it open up. I think that's the thing that makes the difference, is seeing those opportunities through the lines, over the lines.
Chance from range, and it's off target, but the opportunity came about through the use of the fly goalkeeper there.
I think that's Bolton's next card, to start using Joe Payne a little bit higher, to try and get the overload, to try and start to force something to happen a little bit more. Probably more of a natural thing to start happening, if you like, in terms of when they've got good possession or high possession of the game, rather than it be forced like we see sometimes in a do or die situation with the fly keeper.
No foul, I think. Just took a tumble there. And the shot's deflected and comfortable for Payne. The referees stop proceedings here. And there's a yellow card for Stuart Cook, I think, over on the Bolton bench. Cook, who was sent off as a player against Loughborough, now booked as part of the coaching staff for Bolton. Oh, and it's a red card. It's a second red card in 3 games for Stuart Cook. We can only speculate as to what was said or done, but Stuart Cook is dismissed from the sidelines. I think he vented his frustrations on social media after the game in Loughborough 4 weeks ago now, saying a 3-game ban in a 14-game season is far too hefty. No idea what he said there, no idea what he's done, but it's resulted in a red card.
The good thing for Bolton is they don't lose a player. That's the good thing. Yeah. So I don't know what's gone on there. Obviously very frustrated Stuart Cook on the bench with the foul. Must have said something to the officials and then probably just escalated out of control, really. .50 left on the clock. Still enough time for Bolton to get back in this game.
Indirect free kick to restart for Loughborough to cross, and the touch came off Whaley. Could have ended up anywhere, really. Fortunately for him, to behind the right side of the post.
Done just enough there, Whaley, to just get it that side of the post, with Joe Payne covering the first metre.
More frustration over on the Bolton bench. They have been given the free kick for that challenge.
It was a clever foul by Joe Hume because they've scored 2 in transition, and that looked like another one that was, well, another transition. So it's actually you only want to say it's a good foul really, but you can see Loughborough straight away taking the card. He knows, the bench know in that situation, and that's why Bolton's bench was so upset, because they knew there was a transition coming, and they've already scored 2 from transition.
Yeah, it's the dark arts, isn't it, really? And I think taking one for the team, you know, sometimes you've got to do what you've got to do in that sort of situation and help your team out and take the yellow card. It's
100%,
part of the game.
you know, at performance level of any sport, you know, the dark arts that you talked about is in the situations where you say use the fouls, don't waste the fouls, and it's not to be aggressive, it's not to hurt people, but it is to do things like that when there's a transition and you can stop it. You know, you might get 2 or 3 in the game, so you need those fouls. So, as you said, it's the dark arts of any performance level sport.
chance here and a brilliant finish, and Bolton make it 3 each.
Fantastic goal, and that's all about Rafe Barber's first touch. As that's come into him, he's used his soul, dragged that, hid the ball on the safe side, but what he's done is pulled that into his path, if you like, for a second touch to be the finish. There is no way he can score this goal without that quality first touch, and that just shows you on the move, hiding it from the defender, moving it into a shooting shot, and then he's just got to deliver the finish. What an individual quality goal that is.
A quality control and a quality finish past Bickerstaff. And what a game we have on our hands. 3 each with just under 13 minutes left to go.
Yeah, out of nothing, really. You know, Bolton looked pinned back for a bit of time. Loughborough looked a little bit more comfortable as the game's gone on, but now they're looking a little bit shaky.
Yeah, they're giving it away loosely, and a chance for Whaley.
It just needed to land on Whaley's favoured left foot rather than right foot, but he had to strike it. Right decision, just the execution wasn't there.
I feel that Bolton have got their tails right up now, though, and an important save.
Huge chance again there for Bolton to go 4-3 up. If he doesn't hit Joe Bickerstaff's century there, I think it would have been a goal.
Just took it on the half volley, if you like, from close range as another attempt on goal flies wide.
The tides have just turned a little bit here, haven't they? Loughborough looking comfortable, moving the ball well, and then all of a sudden a spring of life, if you like, into Bolton's press. Getting the ball back, they keep robbing the ball in these areas.
Harper, again Bickerstaff forced into a stop, the goal's been shifted. Loughborough aren't happy, but as per the rules.
It's a difficult one, that. You know, could the referee played on in transition, but he's got to stop it for the goals. You know, if the reason for that is if all of a sudden there's a transition the other way and the goal's not on the line. So unfortunately you have to stop it for that phase, because even though you might have one transition one way, if they nick it again, Bolton, and the goal's not on the line, they have a shot. How do you know if it's in or not, technically?
Yeah, the goal was definitely just shifted round, and I think the right decision to just bring play to a halt there. This is Jan Myveld. The sharer up against Rob Harper and kicking for Loughborough.
Again, they'll try and build out through Bickerstaff in goal to try and get to that half court. They didn't need to use him this time, and Bolton being caught letting that forward pass happen. But the energy in Bolton now seems a lot brighter in terms of them pressing. Their tails are up definitely to try and get this win.
Brilliant spin by Ruben Santos, and a cross and a great save by Payne. A wonderful stop.
Excellent save by Joe Payne.
Bolton looking to spring an attack for themselves. This is Whaley onto his favoured left. Whaley! And another great stop, this time by Bickerstaff. It's end-to-end
stuff. I was just saying, it's going to be end-to-end stuff now, I think, for the next 11 minutes. Both teams trying to get that win. Loughborough trying to build more progressive, but Bolton just going for the jugular every single time and looking more threatening at the moment.
Whaley! And again, a brilliant save. He caught that beautifully.
Great strike, that's a strike. And we talked about that earlier, when he comes inside on his left, he's got a brilliant left foot. Part of the England 19s programme that went to Croatia, dominated that, has now gone off to university, playing for the uni, playing for Bolton, more experience, but is looking good in this game.
And that time more comfortable for Joe Bickerstaff, but you feel that Loughborough just need to regain some composure at the moment. Bolton, who have really stepped things up a notch. Long throw out, Whaley controls well.
Bolton are being a little bit more aggressive, being more direct in their passing.
Great pass to Boutel.
Being more direct in their movement. We talked about that earlier, being more vertical, if you like, getting someone to go high. They're doing that more, and that's causing Loughborough a few defensive problems and having to defend their own half a lot more.
Rui. The Ruben Santos.
This is the bit that Bolton are starting to do really well. It's the pressure bit and stopping anything from Loughborough getting through the middle of them. So they're having to go around the sides, and at the minute it's not causing Bolton any problems as the sweeper keeper Joe Payne just clears everything up at the moment.
Quarter of the game left to play. Harper, Boutel. Loughborough happy to just sit off slightly now at the moment. Loose pass by Schofield, gives away possession cheaply. Kicking for the Loughborough students' side. Santos skips past Boutel. Santos across, and it's deflected, and an important touch on it.
Again, they're seeing Santos' individual ability to be able to go past someone 1v1. I think that time he did go for the second post, which again I think is the right decision. So we know from his experience he's got the ability to drift past players, especially on his left favourite. And Monty Boutel there just not doing enough defensively, but didn't want to commit a foul. And again, we talked about the one individual quality can open up any structure, any defensive system. The game of one, if you like, before we even start looking at how they work together as a pair, and that's what Ruben does really, really well for Loughborough.
Yeah, I've seen that individual quality from Ruben Santos so much so far this season. Wonder whether Loughborough will turn to him for a bright spark in what remains of this contest.
I think what you see with players of that quality, sometimes they do it anywhere and everywhere when they get on the ball. I think over the last season and summer series, Ruben's starting to really be effective in when and where he does it, and it seems to really open teams up when the opportunity comes, which is better and more unpredictable, really.
Short to Mikey Bulmer. Loughborough now sat inside their own half.
Yeah, it's interesting. They've just dropped off and gone half court, and I think that's to try and win it back with a little bit less energy, if you like.
Good challenge by Boutel, 2v1 for Bolton. Boutel, great defending, just cut off the passing line.
For young futsal players there, I think it was a guy called Joe Hookster there, just showing how you defend the passing line. You cut off that passing line, you can actually be a 1 versus 2 situation and make it left for the keeper to make it a 2v2. Brilliant defending there, last ditch defending.
Yeah, Hookster just took complete control of the situation, cut off the passing line to the second post, and the interception was crucial. Loughborough were on the attack there, but it's been brought back for a free kick. I think the card's coming out again here.
I think that could be the second.
I think that's what Loughborough is saying.
Yeah. No, I don't think it is. Sorry, I got confused then as well. It's I think it was Monty. Has he booked Monty or Mikey Bulmer? Oh, yeah, it looked like he booked Mikey Bulmer there, but actually he hadn't. He'd booked Monty Boutel.
Yeah, I think the yellow card's been shown the way of Boutel for the foul. It was Bulmer who was booked in the first half, so that's the confusion. But
he looked like he pointed at Mikey Bulmer there, seeing what went on.
Yeah, I think that's what the Loughborough bench thought as well. But
I think they were also getting a little bit, there was a counter-attack with Fabio Teixeira there, and I think they were getting a bit frustrated that he pulled it back. But, the referee's trying to get control of this emotion of the game. And it's a difficult balance between letting it flow and keeping control.
And that's got to be a foul. Ruben Santos this time will be penalised, and he'll become the latest player to have his name taken. And into the referee's notebook he goes. It's certainly been a feisty contest.
I think so, and I think, it's one of those situations where the referees probably have to calm the game down, get control. Not every tackle is going to be a booking, but they need to really start to think about, managing this situation, which at the minute they are keeping a lid on it, but with 7 to go, it's only going to get more exciting and more passion.
I believe that's 4 Loughborough players on a yellow card now and 3 Bolton players booked, so quite the possibility that we will see a red card for a player in this game, never mind for
superb free kick there, Isaac. Superb free kick. We saw a block on a wall. It looked like it was coming round to shoot, and they thread it through. Should have been a goal. Should have been a goal. Their second post, basically a blind block, we call it, or a fake block to make it look like you're going to come round. It's clever free kick from Bolton.
Yeah, a golden opportunity for Boutel, but couldn't convert.
He'd be really disappointed with his goal scoring record to not put that in the back of the net.
Yeah, Boutel, usually such a prolific goal scorer. Well, he's first of the season today. Couldn't make it 2 there. Bickerstaff took it over halfway, then opted to take the shot on from distance. In the end, he had to lunge in and make an important challenge.
It was the wrong decision, I think, to shoot. I know why, because it opened up, but there was so much space on the left side, but I can't remember who the player was. Just needed to open that passing line up to make it more safe. Sometimes the outfield players forget that if the goalkeeper loses it on the pass, it's a goal. So they sort of still act like another outfield player's on the ball and they've got a keeper behind them, when actually you've got to make that passing line really safe for the keeper to give it you.
Great distribution. Loughborough between them had it back momentarily, but it's fired out of play, and a set piece for Bolton. Good position for a right-footed strike over on the far side.
I can't call this game at the minute, Isaac. It can go either way. Chances coming for Bolton in the last few minutes. Loughborough trying to get more of a foothold in the game, but not really creating as many. But we know they've got the individual quality of Ruben and Jan Meijbel to be able to open things up. They're trying to build through Joe Bickerstaff to get this overload, which causes a few problems for Bolton. But again, it's just not, the end product's just not there at the minute for Loughborough. Do you think I jinxed it with the won't be a draw?
Possibly, but I feel, the next goal in this game really could be crucial. We've seen Bolton peg back twice in the first half. With 6 minutes left, you're really into the territory of the game where you feel the side who score next might go on to take control of things.
Joe Hooks to there, just showing his power to just hide the ball and move it down the line.
again, Loughborough happy to just sit half court.
I think why Monty Boutel's sort of roaming as a pivot, he's going in and out. They're just stopping that ball going direct into him. You know, playing more half court as a pivot.
Hoxter tried to cut it across the face of goal.
You can see what he was trying. It's just that execution, just that quality that's probably been lacking. Probably could say on both teams really, to see more goals in this game. There've been in moments where they should have just finished it off, back post, back final passes, haven't quite done it.
Chance here for Loughborough. Good goalkeeping by Payne, who was out quickly to smother the danger.
Yeah, had to be brave there because he knew a tackle was coming in, but in the end, it's a good clearance. The Loughborough changed their 4 here.
Teixeira! Well, how about that? Teixeira, who scored a similar goal in the first minute of the second half, has found the top corner. What a brilliant strike.
I was just saying they've changed the 4, they've put a different 4 on for that energy, and I'm not sure if that's took a deflection on the way in, but we saw nearly a similar goal from Fabio and Teixeira there, and what a finish that is. 2 superb worldies, if you like, from Loughborough, but they probably needed that. He's probably done those goals, he's got them out of a little bit of bother, and you know, I think we're going to see this aggressive fly keeper coming in here, where we're going to see Joe Payne being more aggressively, or even 5 outfield players, because there's no doubt in my mind that Bolton want to go after this game. It's probably all about how Loughborough can defend this as well now, but what a great game it's been so far. And probably 2 world-class goals have made the difference, if you like, from Fabian Teixeira, because the tap-ins and the second post finishes that should have been goals haven't really materialised in the way that we thought.
Yeah, we saw Fabio Teixeira absolutely sky one in the first half down the other end, but he's come out a different player in the second half. 2 worldy finishes, as you say, Mike, right into the top corner. And it's added a different complexion to this game, as it now looks as though Bolton will have to use the fly goalkeeper tactic.
Yep, here it is. So straight away, Joe Payne setting up as that fly keeper. I think the Loughborough coaching staff would have known this and have probably prepped the 4 for this to come straight away. So it'll be Ollie Whaley playing as that back player with the left foot to play a 3 in line through Mikey Bulmer and Monty Boutel. Joe Payne playing as more of a safe keeper, with Rafe opening it up on the right side. So they'll look to play down this left-hand side of the court quite a bit and build from that with multiple options. And Joe Payne just being a safer pass, and if there's spaces to go round, he'll go round to Rafe, who we know have got that quality to be able to move the ball offline and bring it across the goal.
Payne. Patience is key then now for Bolton about trying to unlock this Loughborough defence.
So here it is, using Mikey Bulmer to build. So Mikey Bulmer won't come fully wide, he'll just come on there, try and pin the defenders in. So each player in that has a different role, and it's about creating opportunities within it. And also, depending what the defensive team does, if they jump out, you can roll inside. You can have a shot inside, you can let it go through your side on the safe side. But it's all about angles, safety of passes, creating situations to build, and then spaces and gaps that open up with a 5 versus 4.
Payne's given possession away. Corner kick.
I think so. This is what we'll see from Bolton. They're going to have to risk a lot more. It's been a great game. I think both teams, in a way, deserve to win it. We've seen some great attacking flair. We've seen both teams defending aggressively, which is made for a really high, intense game. Different styles, but good young players out there.
I only agree, Mike. It's been an entertaining contest between the two teams, and this is only game 1 today. We have 3 more games on the way following the conclusion of this one, but it's far from over. With over 4 minutes left to go. It's a long time in a game of futsal. This is Whaley across to Payne and back to Whaley, who's controlling things in the fixed position, if you like, at the moment for Bolton. To Bootel. Important.
So just
sliding
to
block.
note, those passes that are going into Mikey Bullman is trying to draw the defensive 4 across. So they look like they're just wasteful passes. What they're trying to do is draw space over the other side of the court. So 3 passes there into Mikey Bullman from Ollie Whaley. He's just trying to draw everybody over to this half of the court so then they can try and go round.
Chance here with the empty net! And it's off target. It was a calamity of errors really for Bolton from their own corner. And could so easily have been a 2-goal cushion. Slight delay in the awarding of that free kick, but the decision did go the way of Bolton eventually. There'll be a free kick, and also there, Loughborough moving on to 5 fouls with quite a significant chunk of the game left.
It's going to be difficult now for them to not give another foul away with just under 4 minutes left to play of real time. You know, 4 minutes is quite a long time because the clock stops, as we know. It's going to be more like 8 or 9 minutes.
Bulmer, Bootel, blocked by Teixeira.
I think Bolton need to stick to their plan a little bit more and not risk, start to build something, because that's when they look like they were creating spaces and gaps. I think when they start to risk too much, they're going to get caught. So here it is again, so they build through Bulmer and Bootel on this side to try and create space for Joe Payne to go round the other side.
Yeah, it's the same sorts of patterns, but
there's that
defended
force.
well, and the chance for Marshall Hale. Teixeira.
So here it is again, they'll just try and build through Bulmer. The passes to try and draw out Bruno Ribeiro. But again, it's gone over a bit early. It's been risked into tight areas.
Empty net, but blocked by Payne.
Great defending by Joe Payne there. The keeper did a split but didn't use his hands. Very clever.
You really can't take your eyes off this one at the moment. Just the 1 goal to split the 2 sides. Bolton, who twice led in this game, and now the side in search of the equaliser.
Huge chance there, Bolton just stealing it. Loughborough trying to play out, getting caught. What they don't want to do is get caught in transition again, because they know how lethal Bolton are in that moment. And again, they're nearly causing another goal, if you like, in transition. So here it is again. They'll try and build through this 3 in line.
Empty net if he can find it, and that looks good. And it looks oh so good for Loughborough now. Jan Myvel from distance.
I was just about to say it's a dangerous game, trying to force it without many passes and structure to your game. And unfortunately, the brilliant Mikey Bourne, who's been fantastic today, has just tried to find that cross court, but the attacking structure wasn't there. The defensive structure is always in behind the ball, and they've managed to just step on with it with space and time. No counter press possible, no one able to press Jan Myvel, and he's just really unopposed, if you like, unpressured, been able to take his time and find the back of the net. I think that's probably game over for Bolton for me.
Yeah, it's a really uphill task now for them. And Jan Myveld, who bagged himself a brace a fortnight ago here, has done the same today and looks to have helped his side en route to victory.
Very experienced Jan Myveld, you know, knows the game really well now, been at Loughborough quite a few years, played for Grimsby before that, so he's been playing the game.
Chance for another.
Many years, part of the England programme, and he's just that rock at the back for them, obviously the skipper.
Santos. And again to Ruben Santos. Fluffed his lines.
I think it was Marshall Hale that just missed the target there. He's not happy with himself, but you know, they need to get their defensive structure right here.
And again from range, it's found the net. And you see the downfall of the fly goalkeeper tactic. And you really feel now that there's no way back for Bolton.
That's the challenge when the game gets messy with a 5v4 in transition. You know, you've got no keeper in the net, and that's a prime example where, you know, if you're using the fly, you can't let the game get messy. You have to be a little bit more structured. You have to work the overloads, because what you do effectively by making the game messy is making it a 1 versus 1 without a keeper in there, if you like. So you get caught, and prime example of that, it was a shot of nothing, but it just landed to, I think it was Bruno Ribeiro, who just managed to find the back of the net quite easily with a toe poke again. So Bolton, you know, up until these last sort of 5 minutes have been brilliant. It's been a really competitive game, but they're just throwing everything they can at it to try and get something, which you can't blame them for, but it's just cost them on the back end of that, if you like, in the last two goals.
Yeah, I think as they've thrown...
You may as well, though, right? You may as well throw the dice at it.
Exactly that, yeah, as they've thrown everything at it, they've, you know, on this occasion, seen the risks that it brings and the downfall of it, but if you don't try, then you're never going to get what you're after, I guess. And
this is where scorelines can look higher than they actually are, because
exactly,
you know, every game has a story, as I say, and the story's been very different up until the last 4 or 5 minutes. But we know how exciting futsal can be in the last 4 or 5 minutes because of these reasons. So, but the game's definitely had a different story. Tight game, both teams pressing well, both teams going after the game well, and then the scorelines just got away from Bolton as they've tried to get back in this game at 3-2.
Final minute then, give you a chance to think, Mike, of a man of the match. We'll come to you for that in just a moment. It's been a really good second half display for Loughborough. They endured a difficult patch just after the red card actually for Stuart Cook. Bolton seemed to really fire them up, if you like, and there was a period of possession, period of play in the game when Bolton really looked at their best. But since then, since Loughborough got that goal through to Sherry, you really feel that was the turning point in the contest. So it's fired off Rory, and that then gives us a chance, Mike, to ask you then for your man of the match. Who are you going to go for?
There's been some great performances today. You know, Rafe Barber for Bolton, I think, has been absolutely brilliant. I think Joe Payne's actually been very good in goal. I think Jan Myrel's been really strong at the back. But for me, it has to be that man with 2 rockets that's changed the game, is Fabio Teixeira. What 2 great finishes, and we've not seen a lot of him on court, but what he's done on court has been brilliant for Loughborough today. So Fabio Teixeira.
Yeah, Fabio Teixeira is the man of the match, and Loughborough take home all 3 points. Bolton's tough start to the new campaign continues. The full-time score, Loughborough 6 and Bolton 3. Up next is the 12:15 kickoff, where Bloomsbury will face Worcester. And be sure to join us for that one. This one finishes in favour of Loughborough students.
ready to go.
Welcome back then for the second game of the day. This one we'll see Bloomsbury take on Worcester. The teams are out onto the court here at the University of Wolverhampton Walsall campus.
Hi Pete, thanks for joining us today. I want to start off by asking, your side's been in great goal scoring form, building in confidence each game. How has that affected your mentality during training sessions and such during the week?
Yeah, I think it's been great so far. I think the belief amongst the group has gone up in terms of that. We're now a real kind of competitive side in the NFS Tier 1, and we've shown that we can compete at this level. The last two results, and we're now scoring goals as well, and putting in good performances. So hopefully we can take that confidence the last two games to this game. Compete with Bloomsbury and see where we are at the end of the day. So
of course, that makes sense. And everyone loves more goals, don't we? So. Is there anything you'd say in particular that you've done different as a side this season that's led to your success?
Time.
Yeah.
You need time, you need training, you need access to good facilities. So we're training at Hartbury University twice a week, accessing the amazing sports hall 2 hours a week. So the time with the players has been crucial over the pre-season and sort of that last few weeks. So once you have time with players and you can teach them the game, and you've got a chance, haven't you? So definitely time and also the belief that the players have the technical capabilities, the tactical capabilities to play this game. So
okay, that makes a lot of sense. And finally, in the first few minutes of the game, or 5-10 minutes, is there anything particular that you're expecting to see from your side today?
Yeah, we want to try and play forward and be direct to our game plan, to our identity around keeping the ball and playing forward off the pivot. So hopefully we'll be able to do that. We're expecting to get impressed today, so that will be crucial in terms of playing forward and breaking that press. So hopefully we can do that today.
Okay, sounds brilliant. Thanks for joining us today, Pete.
Nice one, thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks, guys.
So great to hear from the Worcester player coach Pete Valance prior to the game today. Quickly run you through the two teams then, because the players are ready to kick off. Bloomsbury's starting five is Johnny Sim, Ollie Jones, John Currant, Denison Moreira and Calvin Dixon. For Worcester, their starting five is Dylan Malpass, Andrew Lanham, Jack Tyson, Sam Kerwin and Dale Richards. The rest of the Bloomsbury squad is Basker, Hyman, Kuen, Satonye, Rand, Burkitt and Lazarus. And for Worcester, the substitutes are McHugh, Morgan, Valance, Ford, Desborough, Morrissey and Parry. Mike, what we're expecting from this game was a brilliant opening game today. I think this one can live up to expectations as well.
It was a brilliant first game between Bolton and Loughborough. I think this one's going to be a slightly bit different. I do think Bloomsbury, obviously, top of the tree at the minute, are going to dominate this game possession-wise, dominate the ball, and it's all about how well probably Worcester can defend them, but also how well they can catch Bloomsbury on the counter. But Worcester, we know, have grown over the sort of last 6 months, 7 months, and this is really a great test for them to see how long and how well they can keep with this Bloomsbury futsal top side at the moment.
Yeah, as you say, Bloomsbury are the early front runners at the top of the table. They're the only side out of the 8 to have won both of their opening 2 fixtures. It's Bloomsbury in their purple and black kit, kicking from left to right as we look at it from our commentary position. Worcester in all white. Early ricochet off Kerwin there, and it gives something for Johnny Sim to think about early on. Cross-court pass to Moreira. Well taken by Dixon. Chance this perhaps for Bloomsbury, but it's fired over the bar by Jones.
First sort of half chance there for Bloomsbury. Good passage of play. Madeira Dennison, playing down the side, and Dixon finding that pass. It needed to probably be a bit harder for Curran to be able to finish first time, but great set, and then needed to hit the target. So this is, I think, what we'll see a lot of this game is Bloomsbury building, Worcester trying to get a press on, and at times, getting it right, and other times not getting it so right. It's whether or not they get caught. But what's good to see, Worcester aren't sitting back on this. They're trying to go after Bloomsbury straight away and make it difficult. I think this is going to be the difference, though, how well Worcester can deal with the Bloomsbury press. We know they're aggressive, individual press, following players all the time, aggressive on the first line.
Jack Tyson, the number 7 there for Worcester, just taking a tumble. He's proved to be a bit of a handful in recent weeks for Worcester, playing in the pivot role. They definitely tried to use him at the forefront of their attacks.
Yeah, definitely. He's strong, he's physical. He's going to have more questions asked for him about his defensive capabilities as that top man. How well he can read the game and not get caught in these situations where runners go off your shoulder. And it's going to be a very different game for him today.
Jones skips past. Malpaz was out quickly. Great anticipation by the Worcester shot stopper.
Dixon there just calling for that to get across quicker. Thinks he'd finish it.
Moreira. Into the feet of Moreira once more, and Jones. But John Curran comes all the way through for Dixon.
We can see here Bloomsbury just turning the screw, playing in a 4-0, moving into a false 3, just overloading the sides. They like that overlapping runs in the 1v1, 2v2 game, if you like. Very, very good at that.
Well, they will wear teams down, Bloomsbury, and this is Dixon looking for Jones. Nice idea.
Jones could have been there a bit quicker, he's just watching Dixon on the swivel, his turn. If he'd have read the game a bit more, he could have been on the end post to score. So just not quite awake on that situation.
Dylan Malpaz gets things resumed.
Dylan Malpaz playing the press breakers there, so Worcester here trying to get through Bloomsbury press. Choreographed moves, if you like, or set moves just to get the ball up high, but to no avail at the minute.
Yeah, as was to be expected, Bloomsbury enjoying a lot of early possession. Dixon. He sprints off the court to be replaced. It's Satonye who's on for him. Satonye, who scored a brilliant goal in the fixture against Helvecia here 2 weeks ago.
I think that's what you'll see today. Bloomsbury will turn over legs, 4-minute stints of 3-4 minute stints, high intensity, moving the ball quick, out of possession, being aggressive, and they'll turn numbers over really quickly, which will be a challenge for Worcester, who probably won't turn over the numbers so quick. They'll want to keep people like Tyson on for longer to try and affect this game, but obviously as the game goes on, that's going to be harder and harder physically, with players being in that red zone, if you like, more and more.
Played through to Malpaz, who's worked himself a shooting opportunity and stings the palms of Johnny Sim.
Brilliant, just to say, yep, we are part of this game, Bloomsbury. We haven't come here just to sit back and defend against you. We're here as well, so great little first effort from Dylan Malpaz, being brave to get on it.
What's the corner? Towed away and down court to Malpaz. Nice ball down the line. Difficult one for Andrew Lanham, though. Lanham, who was another player with a brilliant goal here, live on BT Sport a couple of weeks back.
can see from Bloomsbury's build here, double cutting, they call that, through the middle in the 4-0. Double cutting, crossing to open up the wide areas. So again, another pressure break move to allow them to build a bit higher. So I call it the red arrows, crossing over, coming out the sides, allowing the other player to drop back in a 4-0. So high level pressure breaking tactics.
Malpaz. Nice ball.
Wow, okay, so it does seem like Worcester have come with a plan, that they're not going to sit off when they get the opportunity to overload, they're going to do it. It's a brave plan, but it's a good one.
Yeah, last 2 or so minutes, they've really stepped things up, Worcester, after enduring a lot of early pressure. And a good start to the season. Have Worcester, they find themselves second in the early table. Came back from 2-0 down on opening day to draw with Loughborough, and then a convincing victory over Kent United as well. So 4 points from 2 games for them. This by far the toughest test so far, though, with a chance here. They might just score, Good save by Johnny Sim.
It's a great save by Johnny Sim. Worcester here just a bit fortunate. I think it was a little nutmegs on the Bloomsbury player they got there. He had a chance to look at it. He looked second post, but went for goal in the end. Trailing leg. The K save, if you like, just did enough. Or the long barrier.
Yeah, great technique on the save from Johnny Sim. Vastly experienced futsal goalkeeper.
What's good about this from Worcester is it's just changing the momentum of the game. Sometimes it's about controlling momentum in futsal, and you have to find ways to change the momentum. And it was all Bloomsbury to start. Lots of good possession and building, and actually the momentum. Look, it's just shifted now, and they can feel that momentum change. Obviously, the personnel has changed, so you haven't got probably Bloomsbury's first 4, but it's a different 4. But momentum shifts, and it's about taking advantage of that momentum when it comes.
Malpaz in a race to get back between the sticks. It was an important touch by Sam Kerwin. It's Kerwin who had the opportunity for Worcester, actually, the Welsh international. He's got 3 goals in 2 games so far this season. Rand takes the kick in. Bloomsbury look to build once more. 5 minutes played and still goalless. Tyson, comfortable for Sim. Goes short to Sitonye. Sitonye's got the ball stuck under his feet, and
huge chance. I think he's just took a nick off Johnny Sim, but that's the biggest chance of the game so far that's come from a mistake from Bloomsbury trying to build out of their third. We spoke about this in the third game, where you saw Bolton and Loughborough not having taken any chance in that third and let it be their problem. Bloomsbury will try and play out those situations because they want the ball, which again is a difference in philosophies and style, but it sometimes can catch you out. They've got away with it that time.
Yeah, another shot from Kerwin was off target, but it was Sitonye who was robbed of possession. Just lost control of it in such a dangerous area. I think he did take a nick off Johnny Sim on the way through. Whether it would have gone wide anyhow.
Bloomsbury's first quartet, if you like, now back on. So again, 4-minute stints really, or 3 or 4 minute stints for players of high intensity to turn those legs over. Whereas Tyson, I think, has been on now a full 6 minutes.
Free kick for Bloomsbury. It's the first foul of the game. Referees are Ollie Rodriguez-Ballinger, Will Thompson, John Bruffel and Matt Bruffel.
A great ball from Dennison there with the left foot. He's got a brilliant left foot, really does make this team tick in possession.
Dixon.
Fantastic turn by Dixon there, just hiding the ball. Calling a free kick here, Dixon with a cross of his arms.
Yeah, that visual signal to block. Set up for this set piece. In the end, it leads to a foul, and I think Pete Valance just left a bit on Moreira there.
Just a bit late. I think his knee caught him. Hurts there, to be fair. Brilliant here again. What you'll notice about Bloomsbury, they'll control the centre of the court as much as possible. So they'll try and move the ball down the sides and overload the sides, but what they'll try and do is control the game from the centre a lot of the time, the axis or the pivot line. But they'll do it just offline. So really clever, they'll just move offline to open those spaces, but they won't go really wide to make it a 2v2.
Dixon and Current not quite on the same wavelength that time, and they give possession away cheaply. Been a good start to the game really for Worcester. You feel they'll be the happier of the two sides, certainly. It's Pete Valance with the effort on goal. It's his first appearance this season, Pete Valance, as the player coach, but how important do you think it could be for Worcester to have him back out on court and controlling things?
Yeah, it's a challenge being a player coach in futsal. Well, I've done it. It's probably the hardest job ever, because it's such a lively game. It's a really difficult task, but sometimes you just need a bit of experience. And we noticed in the other teams before, the experience that Jan Maivel give the team and Stuart Cook gives the Bolton team that he obviously didn't have him today. It's great to have that experience, so you can do less running, but you play with your head more. What's interesting for me here, you know, Bloomsbury have had a lot of the ball, they like to move the ball, but they've not really cut any big chances open yet. So it's still a game of managing intensity for me.
Bloomsbury win the ball back in a good area, but Jones that time couldn't make anything of the attack. Worcester have it back deep inside their own half. Approaching 8 played, still goalless. Worcester have settled down well into this game now. Kerwin uses Malpas. Malpas goes long. What a ball!
It's a great ball by Dylan Malpas and a great run to that back post. And if he gets that on target, it might have been a goal. So it's that little thing where Bloomsbury are trying to press the keeper, press the first line. We talked about it earlier about jumping players. But if the keeper can get out and show quality with his feet, as Dylan Malpas did there, it can create half a chance.
Yeah, we just saw on the replay, it was the direct ball forward to Dale Richards. Brilliant, just off target, brilliant play there. And now Bloomsbury show their quality, but so does Dylan Malpas. Wow. A brilliant piece of goalkeeping.
He had to make that. If Dylan Malpas didn't make that, it's a tap in for Current at the back post. What a save.
Moreira. Back to the Bloomsbury captain. Again, just some of these Bloomsbury players perhaps being a bit
just not ticking on all
in possession.
Yeah, they're just not ticking, are they, at the moment? They are. You can see they're comfortable. They know what they're doing, but it's just not happening collectively for them at the moment.
Worcester pulled up on the 4-second count, and the kicking's overturned.
They'll be disappointed with that. I think what we're seeing here is, you know, the movement of the Bloomsbury players causing lots of spaces and gaps for them to open and exploit, so they don't quite do it. And for me, it's just a matter of time before they do, and it starts clicking. But here we go, John Current playing in between the lines.
Moreira, lovely ball forwards. Important touch again by Malpas.
They need to come out with this ball, Worcester, or they're going to be caught.
Dixon.
There we go.
Dixon's in, and Dixon scores. And Bloomsbury take the lead. They've really started to ramp up the pressure, and they've got the goal to show for it. Bloomsbury 1, Worcester 0.
That's going to be high. I was just saying they really need to come out with the ball, because all 3 players are caught. Sort of ball watching and no cover and balance within the team. And if they didn't come out with the ball like they did there, it was going to be a sure goal with Bloomsbury's quality in front of the net. So 1-0 is going to be a hard way back for Worcester now, as well as they've done and had half chances. This is going to be a massive upward challenge.
just really opened up for Bloomsbury. Dixon exchanging passes, and from close range, he really couldn't miss. And as we approach the midway point in the first half, Bloomsbury take the lead. A chance perhaps for Worcester. It was a nice play again. I certainly feel that they can respond.
Again, through that man, Jack Tyson, he causes all sorts of problems for opposition. Saw in the first games he's strong, he can deal with the ball.
Malpas again with another shot. That's twice now that he's tested Sim.
It's been a little bit too easy for Dylan Malpas to get that shot off. It's only going to need a deflection or something from Worcester, and that's probably what they're playing for. But Bloomsbury probably needs to stop it.
Green line corner again, and inside. So close, so near. But in the end, Bloomsbury get away with it again.
Brilliant play, building pressure here, as we say, corner after corner, kicking after kicking. Just keep trying to pepper Johnny Sim's goal. Bloomsbury managed to get out here.
This is Seth Burkitt. Malpas again out quickly. He's been heavily involved so far, actually, Dylan Malpas for Worcester. Defensively and, of course, when they use him on the attack. This is Tyson. Brilliant footwork. Tyson! Good save by Sim. And Tyson again. It's gone wide.
Not sure what the referees have given there, but great feet. I think when he's gone past here, can he lay it off the second time for a tap-in? But, if he shoots hard and handsome, he probably would have scored. So, again, everything coming through that man, Jack Tyson, for Worcester as the goal threat at the moment. Bloomsbury won't be too happy here with, they seem to be on the rocks. That's a few half chances coming their way. A few deflections that could go against them. So I think they'll just be shoring up shot, making sure that they get the ball back quicker.
Take a look again at the goal that separates the two teams. It was Dixon exchanging passes.
Brilliant 2v2 wall passing on the outside just to lend it, kill Sam Curran as that defender. He can't get sucked to the ball there because he's left the back post, and his body shape, he's looked at the ball, he's turned, he's gone the wrong way, and the last line of defence is dead.
But since then, it's been a good response by Worcester, really. See what they can work from this corner kick.
Excellent response by Worcester, trying to build these corners, trying to get things from Dylan Malpas. They just need to keep firing stuff at Johnny Sim's goal and hope that they can get something back in this game.
Yeah, they've certainly had plenty of shots, Worcester. As you say, maybe might just take a slight bit of fortune. I guess if you keep shooting, you're likely to get that deflection, or just take a piece of fortune. But a chance here and a brilliant goal, and Jared Basquer shows his quality. A brilliant spin and a brilliant finish past Malpas, and just like that, for all Worcester's pressure, Bloomsbury double their lead.
It's a great finish. Just finds that net with the side foot. Loads of time for the back lift to just pick his spot. Again, we talked about, they've got to score while they have those half chances at the end, because otherwise it's going to be really difficult for them to get in this game.
Tyson brought to ground and the free kick is given.
Brilliant again by Jack Tyson. So strong, can roll, but also when he's facing you, he knows how to beat players. A real threat for this Worcester team.
His footwork when in possession, seriously impressive for his size and stature. Playing in the pivot role, he's got the strength to hold up play and bring others into the game, but as we've seen on a couple of occasions in this game alone now, his quality 1v1 is clear as well.
What you're seeing, you know, a good footballer played at a good level, but now sort of specialising in the game, if you like, and you can start to see his quality and decision making come on in this performance level, whereas before he was quite raw, not quite sure what he's doing. But now, you know, over time, the last 6 months, 7 months, where he's prioritising futsal, if you like, it seems like he's becoming hugely effective within these games.
.8:53 left to go in the first half. Basket, the latest goal scorer for this Bloomsbury side. That time his pass was loose towards Satonya, and it runs out of play for a kick in for Worcester. His goal today was his second of the season for Jared Basket. One of many quality players in this Bloomsbury team. Malpas again with a shot. That time was blocked.
What you saw there is Bloomsbury just getting out to Dylan a lot quicker, not letting it happen. So they've definitely closed that off and said, no, we can't let him keep shooting, because like we talked about, it could take any deflection back in the game. So the aggressiveness to get out to him now has changed.
Malpas this time over on the near side. It's bobbling around all sorts in the area. In the end, it ends up with a Worcester kick-in, but Dylan Malpas that time opting to come on to the near side. Sim thought about it for a second and then realised that Malpas had made his way back between the sticks. Burkitt. Burkitt shows centrally, leaves it to run. Lovely play, it's back to Seth Burkitt. Maybe just overworked it, you know. I thought Burkitt was going to shoot.
Brilliant in there from Bloomsbury. What we saw is a 3-in-line between the lines, so really difficult, but Seth Burkitt went in to combine. Charlie Hyman came on the outside and they played a 3-in-line in the middle, diagonally through Worcester's defence, and what it causes is that when you get that right, is all sorts of problems. Just shows you the quality of these players and how they can make things open up from nothing.
It's the know-how and chemistry between them as well, and you know, being able to work such a move so smoothly.
The reference point is, you know, will ultimately be the pressure on the ball. If there's low pressure on the ball, players can move into positions a lot easier. If there's good pressure on the ball, you might not be able to do those things so well. So
this is Satonya.
What Bloomsbury do well is read the pressure on the ball and work the positions out, dictated by that.
Kerwin under pressure from Basket. Lanham back to Kerwin. Looking for Tyson again. Bloomsbury regained the ball. It's a couple of times now, Taluya Satonya has just been loose with his passes. Saw a fortnight ago the quality he possesses in 1v1 situations, but you know, perhaps just needs to be a bit more careful with the passes when not under pressure. This is Malpas.
Not a great pass that time from Dylan Malpas. Caused a little bit of a bobbly pass in and couldn't quite get his shot off, so causing a few problems there for himself, Worcester.
Tyson. Just too far ahead of Richards.
Yeah, and a few tight touches you've seen from Tyson then, you know, not quite crisp enough with his passing. Not quite, you know, when he turned earlier, not quite on it. So yeah, they've definitely needed a rest. He's been doing heavy minutes. Big intensity.
Satonya wearing 9 for Bloomsbury today. Cut right through the defensive 4. It's a brilliant pass through to Rand.
Amazing pass through again, that knife cutting diagonal ball from Dennison to Rand.
Moreira to Satonya. Just under 6 minutes to go until the break then. Calvin Dixon got the first Bloomsbury goal and Basquet the second. Rand. Moreira. Tonye.
Brilliant. Again from Bloomsbury, just overloading central players and central lines, creating 2v1s all over the place, which is making it very difficult whether Worcester follow, whether they go man for man. They're causing overloads. The Tonye there coming in for a wall pass, which left the 1v1 all wall pass. So, you know, what Bloomsbury are brilliant at is creating 2 options at least for the ball carrier. And that's what Worcester are struggling to deal with at the moment. And then it's ultimately about the player picking their best choice.
Yeah, there really does always seem to be so many options for the player in possession for Bloomsbury. Everyone wants to be involved with this dynamic attacking play that they so often show. Came to the forefront of their quality when they beat Helvetia 2 weeks ago. Feel that was a really big win for them. Rand. Moreira. Moreira just happy to return the ball back to Sim. Bloomsbury comfortable in possession at the moment. Again, there's runners off the ball, and that time it was Tonye who was... Moreira was in search of, and this will be a timeout called by Bloomsbury, whilst 2 goals to the good. Mike, your assessment of the game so far?
I think it's just, you know, you're just seeing Bloomsbury's quality come out really as time has gone on. Obviously, Worcester had that flurry of few chances early doors, a few half chances, did a Malpass trying to cause a few upsets and a few problems, but you know, Bloomsbury over time has just settled into the game, wasn't quite clicking, but then since the first goal that we see here is great little finish, they've seemed to dominate the ball and really looking, you know, second or third gear to me. I think what they've done really well is found that pass in between the lines that we just saw at the end there, a helping pass to play forward, and it's making it very difficult to Worcester to get near it anywhere in the pressure half, if you like. So I think if it carries on like this, it might, you know, it might be an easy win for Bloomsbury. I think Worcester bench, you know, they'll be looking at the score going, well, let's not let it get away from us before half time, but then maybe second half come out with a different shape and tactic.
Yeah, that's the voice of Mike Scabala alongside me, Isaac Barrington, to take you through today's action live from University of Wolverhampton's Walsall campus. 4:52 left to play in the first half of this one then. This is Jared Rand. Moreira. I've seen that a couple of times now, Malpass just stopping the ball dead for the fix there, just to take control of things.
Yeah, it's quite a good tactic because it means that the player receiving the ball is always facing forward, so they can see the pressure coming. So it's, you know, it's not unusual to stop, face the game and let the ball be dropped in front of you, because you want to see the pressure come, where sometimes, and again for kids, you know, try and get on it and receive it with their back facing the game, actually your perceptual skills aren't as good. So, you know, always try and receive the ball facing forward, even if that means, you know, going deeper to drop on it. Face forward, play forward, right?
This is Moreira wearing the captain's armband for Bloomsbury. Brilliant pass again. It's just cut through the defence, but that time too much on it towards Rand.
Great pass from Hyman there, just trying to get it into that diagonal ball, which was open for Rand. Could have probably gone a little bit earlier, but it was a great vision and a great pass. This is the bits now where Worcester, you know, when they've had the opportunity to get it into front men, to get it into build, not quite get anything from it in these last sort of 7-8 minutes, whereas before they were getting a lot more success in those moments of the game.
Moreira. This player over on the far side. Moreira goes for goal instead, and that wasn't too far away, you know.
Brilliant here, and this is all about the options Denison Moreira has. As he drops inside, he's got a line pass, a parallel pass, he's got a second post nearly on, and he's also got the shot. You know, and again, it's about making the best choice, but he struck it well.
Tyson is back onto the court for Worcester.
Feel like, Isaac, don't you? If anything's going to come, it's going to have to come through that big man up front, the pivot as they use him.
Yeah, most certainly. He's a real key figure for this Worcester side.
I think when him and Sam Curran connect, is their biggest threat now, like these two.
Now here's a chance. A golden one squandered. Again, Worcester really should be on the score sheet. And that may have given them a route back into the game. It was young Ollie Desborough on the end of it. Teed up by Jack Tyson. Just couldn't find the target.
I think Sam Curran and Jack Tyson really complement each other. You know, one has energy and can win the ball back aggressively and connect really well. And the other one's got that finish that we know he can do and has looked threatening. So, you know, if we're going to have our chances, it's going to be through those two, I think, as a pair.
Pete Valance back onto the court as well for Worcester. This is Tyson again, looking to bring others into play. There's the kick in. Moreira's took a knock there as well, and he's replaced. It'd be a worry if he's picked up a slight injury. Malpaz again taking up position and in the opposition's half. Malpaz straight to Sim, and this is a chance, and Johnny Sim is just off target.
Right idea, I think, from Sim. Saw it open, he knew he could grab it. I think, again, just that bit of execution. Just cut across it a little bit too much.
Jones for Rand, player over on the right. I don't think Rand saw him. Cohen. Good strength by Charlie Cohen. Long range Rand, that time off target.
The Worcester playing with quite a defined 3-1 here, just trying to hit Tyson whenever they can, which is probably the best tactic and the good tactic they've had, because he's the one finding things out.
I think referee Will Thompson there just spotted a moving block off the ball, if you like, and penalised Pete Valance for that. Just the third foul that Worcester have committed in the half, so with what, approaching 90 seconds left, unlikely that they'll reach the 5. Here's a chance for Bloomsbury. Dixon plays it back. It's a scramble around the area. In the end, the decision goes the way of the Worcester side.
Brilliant passage of play there by Bloomsbury. You know, sometimes one criticism could be that they overplay, and did it need that extra pass, or could they just finish as it's come out? And you know, they score a lot of goals, good goals, but it's that execution sometimes of can they finish it off quicker. But another great passage of play by Bloomsbury.
Jones, Dixon. Brilliant footwork from Dixon. Jones again. Final touch off Ollie Jones, I think, and he didn't think so. Referee did. Kick in the way of Worcester. think here there's a change for Worcester. I think it's the captain, Sam Kerwin, who's gone off. I think back of his leg might have just been bleeding slightly, and he was complaining to the referee that may have been grasped. A chance again for Worcester. Played back to Morgan. They want penalty, and that's exactly what they get. Handball given.
Oh, there's a hard one. I think Ollie Jones there has just been, said to have struck his hand.
Yeah, it's hit the arm of Ollie Jones.
His arm is by the side, but it looks like it's travelling goalwards. I don't think many complain, really, if you were to see that again, if we had VAR for the players, but it's a difficult one to get out of the way, but it was definitely travelling goalwards. Yeah. It's definitely hit his arm.
Definitely struck the arm. The ball was going towards the goal. And now, what a chance this is for Worcester. They've squandered many opportunities in this first half. This, by far, the best of them all, will be the captain, Sam Kerwin, to take. Stands behind it for Worcester. Kerwin, 2-1, game on!
Brilliant. I was just about to say, if this goes in, they would have definitely took that at half-time. Worcester 2-1 down at half-time with all to play for in the second half against the league leaders. Bloomsbury have obviously been in, for me, second gear and comfortable and created chances. But goals change games, right? And let's see if that changes the game.
Kerwin's fourth goal of the fresh campaign. Smashed it down the middle. Across to Basquer, and 30 seconds left to play until the break. And it's really important for Worcester to hold on to what they've got. Yes, they're behind, but that goal just before the break going into half-time can really give you a sense of being able to get back into the game. They don't want to concede here. Dixon off target.
You always feel like Bloomsbury have another gear in them, don't you? That's the thing, but they've got to make sure they keep discipline, keep doing the right stuff. Worcester here making it very difficult, being resilient, being hard to beat, which is sometimes what you need to win futsal games. And then going nicking goals like that, a penalty at that end, or the half chances they have, it could be a very good result for them if they keep on this. I think physicality, the second half, is going to play a big difference with the management of the two quartets, or even three quartets that the teams have been bringing on and off.
Basquer, final 10 seconds. Dixon, but Corrington. That was a late opportunity, I think that will bring us to the halfway point. It's been a really interesting half. Thought for a bit that Bloomsbury might take complete control of it, but it's just the one goal between the sides at the break. Don't go anywhere. Another brilliant contest. Half-time, Bloomsbury 2, Worcester 1. And so welcome back then for the second half. With the score at the moment, Bloomsbury 2, Worcester 1. Reminder then of the two teams. Bloomsbury's squad on screen at the moment: Johnny Sim, Jared Basquet, Charlie Hyman, Charlie Coohan, Ollie Jones, John Currant, Taluya Satonya, Denison Moreira, Jared Rand, Calvin Dixon, Seth Burkett and Ben Lazarus. And then for Worcester, who put up a good display in the first half, their squad there: Dylan Malpaz, who was heavily involved in the first period, Andrew Lanham, Jack Tyson, Sam Kerwin, Paul McHugh, Jack Morgan, Pete Valance, Jordan Ford, Ollie Desborough, Louis Morrissey, Alex Parry and Dale Richards. It will be Bloomsbury to get us restarted for the second half. Mike, for large periods it felt as though Bloomsbury were in control and, as you said, second, third gear, but then that penalty goal for Worcester in the final minute of the half just adds a slightly different dynamic to the game now.
I think so. We talked about, didn't we? We talked about the first half, Bloomsbury probably being in third gear. You know, give credit to Worcester. They were playing well. They started off really brightly, had a couple of half chances, and then Bloomsbury got into their flow a little bit, and you could see them slowly working those goals come in. And then we had that one on the chance for a tap in, and then the second one. And then it was all probably quite comfortable for Bloomsbury, who could dominate the ball and like to play with the ball, which is great. But then obviously goals change games, and here we are 2-1 with a penalty. And I do think Worcester deserved it through the dogged defending that they've been doing. They've come on leaps and bounds for me in the last 6 months, and they have different threats. And no, even just being able to pose a threat with Dylan as a keeper caused problems to the game. So rather than being so passive, they've developed a team which, you know, is starting to create their own way of playing, an identity that can cause Bloomsbury problems. So Bloomsbury have not had it all their own way, and probably need to be better in this second half.
Yeah, given the disappointment of their summer showdown campaign, I think Worcester have really developed very well in the first 2 games of this season. They've picked up 4 points. Bloomsbury certainly know they're in a game today. This is Moreira to Dixon. Jones looking for Currant, and Malpaz is out quickly once more.
Probably been the difference today with the two teams, the way that Dylan Malpass is swept up at the back. It looks like Bloomsbury are getting in, and for any young keepers watching, you know, you defend the half, then you defend the D, then you defend the goal, and what he's done really well is done that. We probably saw that with the first keeper, Joe Payne and Joe Bickerstaff. What these keepers do at this level is they sense the danger before it happens, before someone can get on the end of it, and they clear up that mess, if you like, from defensive structures.
Dixon to Moreira. Jones just behind Moreira that time.
Those little things like that final pass that they just haven't quite got going, Bloomsbury. Even though they're 2-1 up, you'd expect a higher quality of a final ball that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, and I suppose it's about matching the standards that they've set for themselves. Bloomsbury trying to perform consistently to such a high level as we know they can. Doing it week in, week out, and really getting the best results that they can throughout this series campaign.
I think so, but you know, sometimes, you know, even the best teams don't have the best of days, but it's about winning those games and staying on top of the pack, if you like. And if, you know, if it ends up to be one of those days they take the win, they'll be happy with that. Might not be happy with the performance, but you know, they've not been, let's be honest, they've not been bad. They just don't look like the intensities in the game that we're used to seeing.
Jones, Moreira, Jones again. That time let it run, and this is a chance for Worcester to equalise, and it's off the outside of the post. You can see the frustration for Sam Kerwin, because he knows that that was a great opportunity.
Biggest chance of the game here. You know, trying to play 3 in line between the lines. Bloomsbury, I think, were doing there. They let the ball run, thinking it was going past. Sam Kerwin steps on and probably needs to finish that, and that would have been a whole different game. But that's the little bits that we're talking about, you know, keeping the bedroom tidy, as I call it, in a sporting sense. You know, Bloomsbury haven't quite kept the bedroom tidy enough, and they're giving half chances away, if you like.
Breathing 2 opportunity perhaps here for Bloomsbury though. Jones, Dixon, loses out. Dixon has it back though. Still Dixon, it's all a bit of a scramble. Turns out with the Bloomsbury kicking. Lively start to the second half though, and as you say, if Cohen had have converted that opportunity, it's a totally different game. Here he is again, the Welsh international. Dispossessed by Moreira. Current. Back to Jones. Moreira. Loose pass gives the ball back to Bloomsbury. Important block. Lanham. Still Lanham. Cuts it across and it's put behind importantly by Jones.
I'm not sure what just Lanham did with the ball there, but it was amazing. The way he's dragged it back and beat Dennison is he stepped in. Unbelievable piece of skill. Quick feet. Revealed the ball and then hit it and moved it offline and gone. Just needed an end product again to be better, and that's the thing that probably would disappoint sometimes. Worcester is that end product, that they've had those opportunities. Sam Kerwin early, that one there, a header in the first half. You know, actually, if you start thinking about all the sort of half chances they've had chances to have 2 goals in this game.
Yeah, and they're still applying pressure in the early minutes of this second half. Really tried to take that momentum from the goal in the final minute of the first as they tried the 3-in-a-line corner again, and this time it just turns out to be the kicking for them. This is Malpaz again over halfway. Kerwin. Still Kerwin, and just run out of room.
Great defending from Dennison there, just, you know, shepherding that ball out. But you can see the frustration coming on the Bloomsbury bench. You know, they can see that again they're not quite ticking. The movement isn't quite slick, you know, and this is where they're having to defend. They've got quality, they know they can open it. It's not going all the way they want it to today.
Malpaz. It's a risky ball to him initially. He did well to actually control it.
Been fortunate there. I think there might have been a foul for me on Charlie Hyman, but Dylan Malpaz been fortunate to not get caught really high.
Basquet as Bloomsbury look to go the other way. Good save by Malpaz.
That's all about individual quality from Ran there. Just lets the ball come across him, drags and drops, and then cuts inside on his favourite left. And he's brilliant at that, and his change of pace and the sort of strength he has to do that quickly is fantastic.
Play back to Setonye. Hyman. The Basquet. Setonye tried to flick the ball down the line for the parallel. This is Hyman. Into the feet of Rand, who returns back to Basquet. Played across to Hyman. Now maybe they'll break through. It's Setonye. Still Setonye. And he finds the back of the net. And Taluya Setonye continues his fine goal-scoring form. And there's the third goal that Bloomsbury were after.
And that's the quality we know he has. It causes problems going forward. Finds the finish. You know, they went into a 4-0. They overloaded the sides as they do really well. And then all of a sudden that central areas open up. And Worcester not quite quick enough to sense the danger or recover. And they'll be disappointed with that, because I think this is where the quality of Bloomsbury starts to trickle in. And what we're seeing here is probably the effects of the first half physically for Worcester, who now start to look a little bit tired. in their decision making. It's not always about the physicality in terms of running, but it's their decision making as well that starts to go.
Yeah, mental tiredness, I guess, as well as being tired physically out there on court.
And decisions like that from Tice, you know, snaps at a half chance when really should be keeping the ball, gives turnover to Bloomsbury again, and they come down the other end and cause more problems.
Tonye, the latest scorer, plays across to Charlie Hyman, and Tonye has it back. Basket just allows the ball to run out for the reset and kick in. Malpaz keen to get on with things. And straight and comfortable for Johnny Sim. Hyman. Back to Satonye. Worcester again do well to come away with possession. It was the big man once more, Jack Tyson, who still got it, and in the end was awarded the free kick, and there's a bit of a scramble afterwards as well. It's a late challenge on Tyson, and it will be the free kick.
Yeah, I think it was just going to say, I think that goal took the sting out of Worcester here. You know, they had their tails up looking for that second, and that's the beauty of having the quality that Bloomsbury had. They can go and score at any point, and if they do, you think you're in it, but actually they just get that extra goal, and all of a sudden it's a bit of a challenge, an uphill challenge.
And that's empty there, and from range, nothing that Dylan Malpaz could do to get back. They lost possession whilst trying to fly. And this game now is really taking its step away from this Worcester side.
And the difference there, you know, for Dylan being 5 metres more inside the attacking half and being that depth, and it comes back down to that tired decision making. You know, you're shooting from that range for second post or at goal from that area. It's easier for defenders to read, and actually that's what we're talking about, the tired decision making. I don't think he would have made those decisions. He would have been higher, he would have been more aggressive, but he's thinking about getting back at the same point as shooting from distance, which means Bloomsbury can start picking that off.
Two second half goals then for Bloomsbury has really put distance between them and Worcester. Go back to the chance that Sam Kerwin had when it was 2-1 and think of the differences that could have been if he'd have managed to convert that one.
We said it in the first half, goals change games. You know, if he'd have put that one in at 2-2, it's a different game. Obviously doesn't, and then Bloomsbury get that third, and then all of a sudden he's looking even more comfortable as they start to dictate and manage this game out.
Satonye. It's Basquet. Satonye showing. Basquet thinks he was fouled, and the referee agrees. Second foul against Worcester this half. Set piece situation for Bloomsbury here. Nice ball cut through across the big diagonal again. Tyson's after it.
He's a handful, isn't he? You know, you saw that there. Simon trying to deal with him, but he's still managed to get his body in between. He's made it really difficult, and he could have landed for him. You know, he's such a threat as that pivot, as that top player.
Ollie Desborough, we were talking to from the near side official there, I think just stepped in front of the kicking taker. Brilliant pass forwards as Bloomsbury look to break out again. This is Hyman across and an opportunity. Good goalkeeping once more from Malpaz. It's still there though, Hyman. And eventually Worcester will break down court and might work a chance for themselves, but the pass is loose and it's just lacking the final ball, the quality on that final pass to really set up the shooting opportunity.
For sure, again, for me that's tired minds, tired legs, can sense and feel the opportunities open, but doesn't quite make the quality execution or the right decision in the right moment. And you know, for all the huff and puff they've managed to do, and they've been good, Worcester, they're getting caught out here. And I think, you know, it's about managing that first half. We talked about the changes that Bloomsbury make in the first half so that they can keep this intensity, where I think that, you know, Worcester is struggling to keep the intensity.
Kerwin. Worcester's kicking. A mountain for them to climb now, though. 3 goals behind. And inside towards Kerwin, and Bloomsbury will break. Too much on it from Jones, and it ran away from Seth Burkitt. Chance here for Bloomsbury, rounds the goalkeeper, Moreira makes it 5. Denison Moreira skip past Malpaz, and with the coolest of finishes into the empty net. It's Bloomsbury 5, Worcester 1.
Just again showing their individual quality, steals the ball and then rolls it into that empty net, which is a great finish.
Still the majority of the second half left to play as well. Chance for Worcester though, and they do get one back.
Brilliant by Sam Kerwin there. You know, he's definitely deserved that goal today. He's been sort of the talisman in trying to get this team going. He's great in nicking the ball like that, and great finishing. His international experience coming in there. Let's see if they can get another one and make a game of it.
Next, Kerwin's second of the game takes him on to 5 for the season. Reduces the deficit, but still such a difficult task for Worcester. Jones. I have to wonder whether Bloomsbury might have just taken their foot off the gas a little bit with that 5th goal. Thought they were into a period of the game where they were truly in control, and Worcester certainly thought otherwise, and all credit to them for coming out firing and getting that goal.
Brilliant out by Sim there, being able to create the overload. Here it is.
He set up the chance as well, and that would have been a brilliant goal. It's stopped on the line by Desborough.
What I was just about to say is Bloomsbury don't miss these chances when they've got overloads. They bounce it in. Denison's gone in for that 1-2, you know, vertical 1-2 wall pass. But great defending by Olive Desborough.
Sim, who set up that last attack. Jones. Cutting edge pass again to Moreira. This time Malpaz met the ball well. Will be a corner.
Brilliant skill by Denison there. Just lifted it over the keeper, trying to get on the second touch. Ran out and he just flicks it on the heels of the Worcester player to gain a corner. I think there's a few new bodies in for Bloomsbury today, so let's be honest, they're using their squad as well. So you can see that little bit of sinking of the personnel as well. They're missing some players. I know Worcester are missing a couple as well, I think, through injury. So, but sometimes those changes of personnel can make a little bit of difference to the ebb and flow of your team.
You mentioned the changes that Bloomsbury have made for today's game. If they are to go on and have such a successful campaign this year, it's a complete squad game, and I feel every player will have a role to play at some point.
For sure, and I think that's what makes some of the successful teams more successful, if you like. They know when and how to use all of the squad, because at times, you know, games after games, you have to use your fuller strength squad, and you have to use all your players, and you'll need to call on players when players are injured. So it's really important that you balance minutes of your, if you like, your first 12, but also minutes of your squad.
Chance this for Worcester. It's Ollie Desborough. Just took it too close to Sim.
Yeah, I think he should have just passed that off for a second post finish again. You know, he's done really well, and probably that little bit of experience again in that feel in that moment, making those key decisions.
Yeah, I think he just saw the goal in front of him and ran towards it more than anything else. Took a heavy touch towards the Bloomsbury keeper when the options were either side of him, as a shot from Malpas again leaves his net empty.
What's good is they're going after it though. You know, Worcester with Malpas, they are trying to force it now into the fly. So they're definitely going to try and get this extra goal and see what happens. The clock is ticking. Bloomsbury look comfortable in these situations when they can build, because the pressure's not aggressive enough or high enough, which is probably due to the legs. So they're having a go, Worcester, which is great.
Hyman. Nice pass forwards. Kuhn and Hyman. Kuhn showing for it once more. Instead it goes to Moreira.
Brilliant there from Bloomsbury. Again, John Curran and I think it was Denison Moreira playing down that right side. Vertical 1-2s, wall passes lens, checks, opens up, strikes the second post, and I think in the end it was a great save from Dylan Malpas, who's been fantastic.
Yeah, Malpas certainly has today. As ever, a key figure for this Worcester side. Calvin Dixon not happy with the decision. It's gone the way of Worcester and will be a free kick. Again, Worcester looking to set up to make use of Malpas. We saw in the first game today, Bolton tried to do similar to get back into the game. But then it didn't quite work out. 6-3 defeat for Bolton if you didn't catch it earlier. Loughborough students take home all 3 points. It looks as though Bloomsbury are well on their way to doing the same here in game 2. Eight left to play. Kuhn takes the kick into Current. Point's gone to ground there, but back to his feet when the danger was realised. Take a look on the replay. It was a toe poke effort from Kerwin for his hat-trick. Off target though, and the referee, I think, just dealing with a few words that were said after that.
I think it was clashing of bodies there between, I think it was McHugh and Current.
Herrera. Kuhn looking for the lofted diagonal. Overcooks it. Moreira nips in. Moreira again, this time sets for Jones. Jones saved by Malpas. Worcester look to spring a counter. Tyson, nice footwork. Player over on the far side, can't reach him. Disappointing for Worcester because it opened up momentarily. I think the referee now wants a word with Denison Moreira. the Bloomsbury captain.
I think he's just telling his team to calm down, settle down. I think there's a few things that have gone on there where he wants the captain to start managing what's going on.
Yeah, important that they manage this game really, Bloomsbury, and see it out well with 7 minutes left. We're in pole position. Dixon. Kuhn. Nice pass.
Brilliant turn.
Satonye tries to chip it over Malpas. We saw Satonye score a cheeky goal a couple of weeks back and tried to do a similar.
You could
thing
see what he was
there.
trying there, couldn't you? Just a little loop over the keeper as he did a Malpas trying to come out and smother it.
Malpas looking for Tyson. It's a ground, but no free kick. This is Dixon. What's the kicking? Dixon. Malpas retrieves back to his goal and makes the save.
Great save in the end because it looked like it was going bottom right, but in the end he just got a hand to it on his way back into the goal because he was trying to get out and fly. So great save again by Malpas.
Shot from range from Rand. He did get a touch on it again from from Malpas rather. But add for his collection of saves today. Lofted and blocked, but wants to come away with possession. Kuhn. Back to Satonye. Turns to Kuhn. Just trying to step things up a gear and press forwards onto the Bloomsbury back line, and they've won themselves a corner in doing so.
I think we'll see Malpas keeper fly here again.
Touch behind will be another corner.
Just trying to create the overload. That's fly keeper. I think they've really got to get one in the next 40, 50 seconds to stand any chance of getting three. I think it's a bit far ahead from them, but let's see what they can do.
Malpas stepping forward. This is a chance. A good save as well. Important one, that.
Brilliant from Tyson and Malpas again. You know, ultimately, if he could shoot high there, he's probably got more of a chance of scoring. Here's the counter.
Empty net again, and the shot that time perhaps slightly rushed. It was off target.
Yeah, Hyman just saw the net, empty net, and just probably snapped at it a little bit. Tried to toe poke it over, but probably just needed a bit of a more clinical execution.
Yeah, as we can see in the end, it was high over Malpas's crossbar.
This is good from Bloomsbury. They're just going to try and manage the timeout and build the game again. If opportunities come like this to go forward, they will, but they're not in a rush to get that ball forward with the same intensity as they try and just manage the game now. Brilliant by Worcester there to bounce out of pressure.
Malpas forward to Kerwin. Back to Malpas in his own half, I do believe, and between the officials they come to that conclusion.
Yeah, but he couldn't have it back for the laws of the game. He's got to be in the attacking half once he's touched it. So for any newcomers watching there, you know, he can't have it back in that half, and that's what's caused the free kick.
Dixon. Looking for Satonye, and Worcester trying to break forward quickly again. Kerwin. I think it was a block off the ball. Andrew Lanham.
Yeah, I think what he's done, he's gone through to the block and screen, but it's more of a charging run into somebody. You can't do that.
Yeah, just crossed the line between a legal block and screen and more of a wrestling match between the two players there. This is Bloomsbury looking to build again. Satonye, cynical foul onto Luya Satonye, and the yellow card for Worcester's captain Sam Kerwin.
I think there'd be no complaints there from Sam Kerwin. He's actually tried to steal the ball on the line, the passing line, but didn't get it right, and he knew he'd been beaten by the ball speed. And then when Luya Satonye took his first touch and opened the game up, he knew he had to foul him, really. We say don't steal the ball because of that reason. If you try and steal it, you can be caught out of the game, and that's exactly what happened there. So Kerwin, knowing that he's going to have to take that yellow.
Yeah, Kerwin, the first player into the official's notebook, and that is 5 fouls against Worcester as well in this second half. So additional worries for them. There's still 4 minutes and 15 left to play. Sonia looks in a bit of trouble as well. He'll be replaced following that foul, which seems to have led to an injury for him.
Yeah, it looks like he's hobbling a little bit. We hope he recovers speedy and well. It's just looked like it's just a funny fall on the knee. Sometimes you can, you get falls on the knee. It's funny actually, you don't get as many twists and problems, injuries as you think you would because there's no studs. So actually some of the injuries you see in football you don't necessarily get in futsal, but you do get like bangs and burns sometimes from the surface. But some of the bigger injuries you don't really get because they're not wearing studs, so the foot allows them to slide. So interesting again for all young coaches and players out there.
His pass was loose and it has gone out for another kick-in. That's Lewis Morrissey, the number 21 for Worcester, who's onto the court. Nice pass forward to Kerwin. And it's finished off as well.
That's the quality that they have. When they want, they can open it up and go 2v1, and their game of 2, if you like, is superb. How they play as pairs on this court. Calvin Dixon with Charlie Hyman there, just a 1-2 horizontally, beats the player, second post. Dylan Malbach has to go over to cover, and it's game over.
Game over indeed. Charlie Hyman makes absolutely certain of that. Great link-up play though. Just a give and go. Totally took Malpaz out of the situation altogether. A simple finish. It does look as though this will be defeat then for Worcester. Their first of the new campaign. I mean, they have this defeat, a draw and a win from their opening 3 games. Up next for them will be our hosts here today, Birmingham WLV, live on BT Sport in 3 weeks' time. They'll be looking to bounce back then for sure. Another chance for Dixon. This time just retains possession and controls the game as all experienced players would, I guess.
Yeah, sure, they're just managing the game well. They're waiting, sorry, for those opportunities of big spaces and gaps to go and exploit. So they're not moving it with the same intensity. What they're doing is they're moving the ball to hide it, if you like. We say hide the ball, but then when the space and gaps do open up, they go and take advantage. Calvin Dixon out of screen, just playing as a pivot and stretching the Worcester defence, allowing the three Bloomsbury players to sort of combine. Here he is, just getting into the middle of it. Just rotating round into the gaps in between the lines. Keeping possession in a 4-0.
Yeah, long period of possession this for Bloomsbury. And really toying with the Worcester side now. It's fired in and against the crossbar.
That would have
bounced
been a
back
goal.
the other side of the line, but as you say, it would have been a spectacular goal.
Yeah, moving the ball well, combining as two, opening up pockets, and Rand, as we know, he drops inside his left foot. Superb strike. Needed VAR for that, I think.
Yeah, it was close. This is Jones. And Worcester had a consolation third. Perhaps you know, but it's lifted over the goalkeeper and over the top of the crossbar as well. Again, wasteful.
Big chance, but wasteful execution in front of the goal. Understand what he was trying as the keeper went down to try and just lift it. But gaining those moments against the top team in the league at the minute, you've got to put them in the back of the net if you want anything out of this game.
It's Ben Lazarus in goal for Bloomsbury, by the way, at the moment. He's come on to replace Johnny Sin. Corner then for Bloomsbury. They look to add a 7. This is Moreira who will take. Moreira chips for Rand. Wants to have it back inside their own half. This is Tyson. Brings the kick in. Timeout called by Worcester then with 1:33 left on the clock. The game seems far and away beyond them at the moment, really.
I think so, but you know, they would have come into this wanting to be competitive. I think they've definitely done that. I think if you look at the first half score and chances, they'll be really pleased. I think the way they started the second half, they'll be pleased, and then this sort of middle to latter part of the game, you can see the energy really draining out of them. They put a lot into that first half, but they have had the chances. So, you know, ultimately, you see there Sam Curran scoring, but ultimately they want to be competitive, and even though the scoreline's not suggesting that, through Bloomsbury's quality, they've definitely been competitive. But then, on the converse side, you'd probably say not the best performance that Bloomsbury have ever showed, but they're winning the game. And sometimes when you're top of the league, you need to have bad performances to keep you in check, if you like, to then go back and making sure that you're good again and bring everything you can again. So for them, it's about winning this game, and it looks like they're going to do that.
Yeah, it's been a competitive contest between the two sides, and Bloomsbury have really fought their way to this victory. A sign of a good team being able to win when perhaps not firing on all cylinders.
For sure, for me, that just shows their quality. You know, being able to win 6-2 and not being at full tilt. Having a few, like we said, having a few new bodies in that I thought have done well today. Charlie Hyman's done well. A couple of others, Seth Burkett's done well. But it's, you know, using the whole squad that they have, which will have some strength in depth, which they're going to need throughout the season. So, yeah, strength of a team, really.
John Currant penalised for a foul, just as you were talking there, Mike, and it takes both sides now on to 5 fouls. Desborough. Desborough again to the corner of the court, and Malpaz is across. Richards from range. Would have been spectacular. Currents. Now Paz. As Worcester persist about their ways and try to add another goal. Desborough cuts across and Lazarus got a toe to it. Now Paz. Empty net for Ollie Jones. And he finds it to make it 7.
That was always going to come in these situations when they're forcing things, but great finish and great steal by Ollie Jones there to get the 7th for Bloomsbury.
Final 20 seconds or so then, Mike. Who's been the standout performer for you today, do you think?
It's a good question. I think we've had some good performances. Dylan Malpass in goals, done really well for Worcester. Dennison again, you know, strong rock at the back. John Currant. I think Darren Rand's done well. I'm just trying to think, but me probably just edged it. Is, you know, not usually giving it to a team that loses, but Sam Curran, I think, has been brilliant today. He's had opportunities. He's really drove that team, and on his moments, he's scored 2 goals, I think, with a penalty and a finish. So Sam Curran for me has been brilliant.
Yeah, Sam Curran, who's been twice on the score sheet today for Worcester and certainly doesn't deserve to be on the losing side, but that's the way things have turned out for him. Captain of this Worcester team. Mentioned before, they'll look to bounce back against Birmingham. Bloomsbury's next fixture, we'll see them come up against Manchester. Desperate effort from Malpaz. We have the final 2 seconds, and then that will bring to its conclusion game 2 today. Prior to this, we saw Loughborough students beat Bolton by 6 goals to 3. And here today in game 2, after an entertaining contest, it's finished Bloomsbury 7, Worcester 2. Bloomsbury weren't at their best throughout it all, but in the end, ran out comfortable victorious. It's finished. Bloomsbury 7, Worcester 2. Welcome back then for game 3 here today from University of Wolverhampton's Walsall campus. The teams are out onto the court. It's Kent United who will take on London Helvetia. Kent start with their player coach Daniel Paul in goal. Aaron Reid, Scott Hurd, Josh Flint and Harry Sikuwai make up the rest of the starting 5. And the substitute are Jordan Astle, Egid Aidin, Michael Bayona, Trevor Biney and Najim Oriola. Just 10 players in the Kent squad today. London Helvetia, strong favourites for this game. They start with Dimar Lahoz in goal. Uriel Araujo, Ivan Ju, the captain. Claudio Ribeiro and Camilo Restrepo make up the rest of the starting 5. And the substitutes are Mark Croft, who's the usual first-choice goalkeeper, Jefferson Clement, Wygor Cesar da Silva, Vinicius Sampao, Ian Powell Freeman and Jason Moore. They're coached by Enrique Guillen. Mike Scabala alongside me again for this one. It seems a real difficult task this today for Kent.
I think so. You know, let's see and let's hope they can start brightly. I think it's going to be a tough challenge for Kent, but you know, Helvetia just got here, caught in traffic, I think. So, you know, if Kent start brightly, they could catch them cold if you like. But for me, it's going to be a really, really tough game for Kent again today. But let's hope they can improve. You know, for Kent, it's about improving, getting better every week, and let's see if they can do that.
Yeah, certainly it hasn't been the ideal preparations for this one for Helvetia, caught in traffic and not long arrived here and thrown straight into the action really. So that's the circumstances behind this one, but we are underway and Helvetia get things started. Ju immediately across to Ribeiro and it goes out for a kick in. The match officials for today's game are Harvey Newstead, Andrew Thompson, Paul Waitley and Saeed Kadri. These two sides haven't faced in a competitive setting since early 2020. Bit of a brutal stat, but Kent chipped 29 goals across the two fixtures against Helvetia before COVID brought the world to a halt in March of that year. Helvetia, who have started brightly as expected in this one. Araujo.
So see Helvetia here pressing straight away, trying to get that ball back quickly. There we go. Put Kent players under supreme pressure straight away. No chance to rest. You know, Kent needs to just work more collectively as a team. You know, sometimes you look at them and you think they've got some brilliant individuals, some good probably five-a-side players, but you know, futsal's about how you work in pairs, threes and collective as a team, and how can they take that individual quality into a more collective quality. Let's see if they can do that today.
Get with the kick in. It is such a difficult task for them today, up against the Summer Showdown champions in London Helvetia, current champions of English futsal. But Helvetia, for them, it's been far from a convincing start to the season. A narrow victory against Birmingham and then the defeat to Bloomsbury last weekend. They'll be looking to really kick-start their season today. Ball goes short.
Kent here just dropping half court. They're very flat though. They've got to make sure they don't get into two lines of defence and keep their top man there to keep the pressure on.
Nice ball through, and the first chance really for Helvecia, but it's overcooked a little on the pass and it just had too much weight on it. You can see the intentions though. Ribeiro. Due across the middle of any potential danger the way of Kent. Milo Restrepo. Ribeiro. Restrepo offering again. Ribeiro for the moment goes alone. Good challenge by Sikawai. The horse feeds due short. This is Restrepo again, the number 12 for London Helvetia. Due. Nice diagonal ball forward, and that's a brilliant goal. And there's the first of the game for Helvetia. It's tucked home by Uriel Araujo, but it's a brilliant cutting ball through by Ivan Zhu.
Yeah, brilliant player there from Deju, just seeing the diagonal ball through, and you know that tapping at the end of the second post, and that's the collective quality that you've got to have, each other knowing what they're doing. And you know that small switching off from Ken has cost them a goal early on, which they wouldn't have been hoping for, but this is where they need to rally together and make sure that doesn't happen straight away again.
Yeah, we've seen for Kent in their first two fixtures, it's been a case of conceding goals in quick succession, which has really led to their downfall, and I'm hoping that they can just weather the storm somewhat and gain a foothold in the game to try to prevent that flurry of goals that's cost them so much. Araujo to take the kick in for Helvetia. It took him just 2 minutes to open the scoring. Liam Palfreman played professionally in Italy, Palfreman, so highly experienced futsal player.
Brilliant little player, competitive, knows where the goal is. Experienced now, is one of the most experienced players in this league, having played abroad for a few seasons.
Restrepo. Back to Palfreman. This is Jude. Araujo the obvious option. Palfreman's made a good run off the ball there and receives it and takes it superbly. Last touch is off Palfreman though, and it is a kick in for Kent in their defensive third.
What you see from the most experienced players, some of the Bloomsbury players like Dennis Mora and Liam Palfreman, is they don't move fast all the time. When the team's got possession of the ball and they're moving into pockets to play, they change the speed in which they move in order to get acceleration and deceleration to lose players. So it's actually the off-the-ball movement that what you need in futsal to be really experienced to get yourself space to be able to play in. Call it double movements, you know, you move once for the defender and move the second time for you. Liam Palfreman's brilliant at that.
Araujo fouled. First free kick of today's game. Josh Flint just with the trailing leg brought Araujo to the ground. This is Helvecia in possession once more. Restrepo that time couldn't quite beat it through to Pelfreman, but he's got it off Pelfreman now. It's Milo Restrepo. Found space momentarily. Good recovery defending, actually. Pelfreman. Araujo. Nice ball forwards and a cute flick from Restrepo. So nearly found the net.
Brilliant little flick from Restrepo there. That would have been some goal or some finish, should have saved. A great pass. And that little lift to just lift it over the keeper. Sort of the front chip. Fantastic.
Araujo for Pelfreman. Araujo again. Over the top of the crossbar, but Helvecia applying constant pressure.
Brilliant there from Helvecia, you know, moving the ball well, slick movement, good movement off the ball, creating chances. It feels like every time they get on possession of the ball, they're going to create something.
Chance again here, and there is the second. Oriol Araujo with a brace inside the first 5 minutes. Helvecia lead by 2-0.
Yeah, this could be a rout if it carries on at this rate. You know, it's just too easy. You know, Kent players thought it was a handball. They stopped for a handball. They've got to play to the whistle there, the basics of the game, and stop that shot coming in. And, you know, the frustrations of the Kent players they can do when the game's finished or if the ball's gone out, but they can't just stop and let someone have a free shot at the keeper in this game.
Scott Hearn making his frustrations known. He thought there was a handball in there, but as you say, you've got to play to the whistle, got to continue with those high levels of intensity because you just can't afford to switch off for a split second in futsal. Free kick for Kent here. It's Trevor Biney who was fouled. Heard. First attempt for Kent. That one didn't trouble La Hoz. Take a look at the replay. Better signs though for Kent. They had a player lurking around Dimar La Hoz in the Helvecia goal as well. Clement. Pelfreman. Clement. Back towards Pelfreman. A chance for Kent on the counter-attack. It's 2v1. The wrong option, but on the follow-up, well, I thought initially it should have gone across to the second post. The rebound fell there anyway for Josh Flint, but he just couldn't quite turn it home. Great chance.
Big chance. Should have been a goal on the rebound. The keeper's done really well to save it. He's done really well. Lahore, you know, get another parry on it, but the fall to him should have been in the back of the net to make it 2-1.
Shot from range, La Hoz again with a save, and the rebound was there to be attacked again. It was a decent opportunity for Trevor Biney. Kent just perhaps growing in confidence in the last 2 or so minutes. La Hoz happy to bring the ball out over halfway. This is Evanio Cruz.
Great pass.
Clement blocked by his opposite number, Jordan Astle.
Great ball by Jason Moore there, just straight through the middle, the heart of Kent's defence. But again, if you don't get pressure on the ball and players can play forward, it's going to cause all sorts of problems with the quality that Helvecia are having to show. You know, Kent have to be more aggressive in pressing the ball.
Clement back to Pelfreman, and save from Paul. It was a comfortable one in the end, but it had to be made. This is another chance for Helvecia. Clement. Daniel Powell there once more. Kent on the counter-attack, and it's the right option to try to shoot second post. Jordan Astle just slightly evaded Sikiwai at the second post.
Yeah, they're starting to try and counter a little bit more here, Kent, which is good. Jordan Astle, probably the most experienced futsal player for them. You know, been around the National Futsal Series for quite some time, so he knows the game. But he's got to start driving them on to try and create goals. But they are looking to go when they've got that opportunity. But again, you know, probably individualise too much rather than be collective in what they're trying to achieve.
Ball forward controlled well by Biney. Back to Lahos though, and Helvetia have comfortable possession once more. This is Pelfreman.
It's good here from Kent, having a little press. But again, can't drop off there. So Astle was pressing, but then another player just drops off, and then all of a sudden the press becomes pointless. So they need to press as a team or drop as a team, not one person press and wait for the other people to do something. A bit better there from Kent, just building through the pivot. Trying to build through Trevor Biney, who's, you know, can be effective if they can get that ball up to him.
Paul looking long. Okay, well, he wasn't too far away from that. I think since that second goal, you take the period of game since then in isolation, Kent really haven't done too badly. It was the minutes before that have given Helvetia the control of this game.
Yeah, and at times like Sikiwai here looks effective, looks good on the ball, looks like he could be a threat. It's just combining that together as teammates, as we said, you know. It's going to be a very difficult day if all of them play as individuals. And I think that's the difference for me about the two teams at the minute.
Yeah, they certainly need to stick together through thick and thin and work as a team really on the court and off it, and just stay together in everything that they do. Don't, you know, you talked about players pressing by themselves and not all as a unit, and that can really open up spaces for the opposition and cause all sorts of issues. Here's Pelfreman. Cruz. Moore. Runners out for a goal clearance, which Lahos will take. 8.5 gone. Helvetia 2 goals to the good. Pelfreman. Good reading of the danger there, playing Pelfreman.
A good little spell here from Kent, you know, trying to go looking for that goal, trying to dominate possession a little bit more, but be aggressive in it. So they're not going to want long periods of possession. What they're going to try and do is, you know, attack at any moment, which is great, attacking on the ball. But it's a bit off the ball here where they need to be really collective, like you say, about pressing as units, making sure they've got 3 defensive lines rather than just being there, if you like. But for me, what's worrying me is they don't really get enough pressure on the ball to stop the forward passes. So it's okay having shape like this, but there's just no pressure on the ball, so when it moves, it's going to cause all sorts of problems like this. Here it is.
Yeah, far too easy there. Perfect example of what you're talking about there, Mike, of Liam Pelfreman just being able to pick up possession in such a dangerous area, get a shot off at goal, and without any pressure on the ball from a Kent point of view. Restrepo.
That's a wayward pass.
Yeah, Waiga Cesar da Silva the number 3 for Helvecia onto the court, and his first involvement wasn't of the highest quality. Restrepo. Over the far side touchline. Referee Harvey Newstead signals for the kick-in. Long ball down court in search of Aaron Reid. Too much on it and he goes behind. Restrepo. Across to Jew.
That's better from Kent. Been a little bit more aggressive from Binny in the pressure there. Might result in getting something. But again, they've got to keep it on now. That's it. Keep the pressure on so players have to play backwards, not forwards.
Jew.
Helvetia done well there to build out of that pressure. Here it is, keep that pressure on. So the triggers are when, you know, negative pass, a backwards pass, body's facing the wrong way. You have to go and press on that, because otherwise you're never going to have a chance to press it when it's facing forward. So, you know, they need to be better at pressing those situations.
Yeah, you mentioned those triggers there. They're so important because...
Like now, we can press the passing lines more aggressively.
Yeah, when playing in a low block, I guess, as Kent are, have to be able to get pressure on the ball in those certain situations that, you know, will allow them to pounce upon. Ribeiro. Silva. This is Restrepo. Big save, Paul. Still there, though. Ribeiro to Jew. Ribeiro again. Into the feet of Restrepo, and he tried to just toe it past Paul more than anything else.
For me, that's why, you know, futsal is a mental decision-making game, because whilst you might be thinking you're working hard because you're having to work hard defensively, in, like you say, in that mid or low block, yes, you are, because that's the game physically, but actually making a good decision when to press or not to press, or abort the press or abort pressure is really important, and that's the difference between, you know, the top teams and the not so top teams, is those decision-making aspects and the top players.
Second Helvecia foul in amongst that.
There can be moments where you're thinking you're working really hard, but actually your decision-making is passive. So if your decision-making is passive, you can't get the intensity out of possession into the game. And that's what we're seeing sometimes. You know, Kent are working hard in the wrong moments, and then the moments where they need to work harder, they're being passive decision-wise. But Helvetia doing the job at the minute, moving the ball well. Probably not in full flight like we saw earlier with Bloomsbury, just ticking over the game, doing enough.
Restrepo. Denied. I think this is very much a case of getting the job done today, though, for London Helvetia. Making use of their squad as well as the shot from Araujo there. Testing Paul again, but yeah, it's one of those games, I think, where you've just got to come here, get 3 points.
Barreo there, just showing, you know, individual quality. Played in the league for a few years, first up at Manchester. Brilliant left foot, can go past people, can pass. You know, superb individual.
Just a case there of the ball actually striking the roof of the arena here. So a kick in from the near side if you're a newcomer to the laws of the futsal game. That's brilliant footwork by Ribeiro to Ivan Jew. It was a brilliant setup by Ribeiro. Jew with an apologetic hand towards Ribeiro. He knows he should have found the target.
Ribeiro here, superb skill. This one where he's ducked inside. Looks like he's going to shoot, just lifts it off. And in the end, I think he's trying to find a second post, but the quality of execution of the final ball just isn't there from Deju, who would have, you know, hopes would have done better, and I'm sure the bench would have as well.
You know, a player of his quality, Ivan Zhu, you would certainly expect him to find that final bit of quality required. An all-rounded futsal player, Ivan Zhu, taking over the responsibilities as captain since the retirement of Rayoni Medina. He seems a great fit, does the man from Guinea-Bissau.
Feels a little bit like Helvetia missing Rayoni Medina's leadership skills. You know, he was obviously, you know, a great player for them over the years, scored many goals, won many trophies, but sometimes it's the leadership skills and the leading of the team, which, you know, which they have a little bit of a struggle to come back out of, and it needs that leadership, like you say.
Streppo across to Ribeiro, and there is number 3 for Helvecia. They've been made to wait a little bit for it. Kent have defended doggedly, but that time they were cut open. Restrepo went down the line onto his left, and Ribeiro with a simple finish. 3-0.
Brilliant finish on Ribeiro there with Restrepo. Those two are great individual talents, along with the, you know, Areo, who between them can go past players, and that's where it's a challenge for Kent, because if they can go past players with ease, it's going to be a struggle for Kent to get into this game.
Araujo again, options left and right. It's Restrepo, denied once more by Daniel Pol.
Helvetia just up in the tempo here. The ball speed's better, the movement's more aggressive. The combination like that is huge better, and it's just causing Kent a few problems.
Hurd across to Biney.
Again, it's, you know, that's not pressure, that's waiting for forward passes. The difference between making something happen and waiting for something to happen. You know, they're in position, Kent, they're not actually pressing the ball, so in essence they're not really doing anything. You know, they've got to learn to work hard off the ball as well as on it. It seems like they're happy to do the on-the-ball stuff and want to be aggressive there, but they could be far more aggressive out of possession.
Harry Sikiwai fortunate there. Just lost control of the ball initially, and then his pass was loose and he put a touch off Ribeiro. Only a deflection and out for the kick in. This is Biney under pressure.
He's done well there, Biney, to get that ball out. And in the end, just not. Josh Flint just couldn't bring it down.
Restrepo again, he's seen a lot of the ball so far. Deflected into the side netting corner.
Brilliant from Helvetia there, just playing a 3 in line and then going into a 2 versus 2 vertically, which is causing Kent all sorts of problems. So sometimes the simplest of paired movements causes the most damage. That's what we're getting here from Helvetia, working in pairs really well together.
Yeah, it's that kind of link-up and combination play that London Helvetia so often do so well, and you know, over the years we've seen their quality come to the forefront so many times, and we'll look for that to continue this season. Of course, the first without their captain Rayoni Medina, as you rightly mentioned. They do perhaps seem to be lacking his leadership skills a little, but they still have plenty of quality throughout their squad that can carry them forwards. And a good save there by Lahoz, actually, because that's an opportunity for Kent. Harry Sikiwai denied.
I think also, you know, Helvetia are using some more of their depth of players today, so giving time to players that probably didn't have as much time so far. So like Bloomsbury, trying to use all of their squad. You see Mark Croft there, obviously their first choice keeper on the bench, so Lahore's getting some minutes, which is great. So actually, you know, these types of games, 3-0 up at half-time, comfortable, using all their players is probably a success thing for Helvetia at the moment. Probably where Kent needs to take advantage of these situations. If you'd argue that Helvetia aren't at full strength, missing Totti and Guillermo Motti and people like that.
Free kick there, it's Josh Flynn. Again committing a foul. Free kick taken by Pelfreman. 5:20 to go. Brilliant skill again by Ribeiro.
Superb skill by Ribeiro there.
Just always seems so comfortable in possession in those 1-versus-1 situations. You see on the replay.
Yeah, he's fantastic at that. You know, for years he's done that with the clubs he's been at. Genesis, he was the same sort of player where he can get something from nothing for you. And I think over the last sort of season with Helvetia, he's started to tactically become more aware of the game. And not only got his individual qualities, now more of a threat tactically within a team structure, which is great to see.
Helvetia corner over on the far side. Cruz back to Pelfreman. Brilliant goal, right in the bottom corner. Edvanio Cruz picked out Liam Pelfreman, and he made no mistake with the finish. It's 4-0.
Great finish, bottom corner from a set piece. You know, Kent's setup on set pieces is not quite the level you would expect, but they're trying to watch the ball, and actually at that point Liam Pelfreman's got, again, no pressure on the ball. They let people shoot from 10 metres. Going to end up in the back of the net against a team like this who've got full of talent.
Nice give and go there.
Brilliant from Kent.
3v2 opportunity though for Helvetia. They look to make use of the transition, this time just forced backwards. Pelfreman brings it left over onto the near side. And this again is Ribeiro. Here's the kick in. Ribeiro. Nice ball to Pelfreman.
When they turn over the ball, then they just need to try and play together. So, you know, they're great at winning it, and it seems like every time they win it, they want to transition. But again, the decision might not be there to transition, or they're travelling down into a dead alley, if you like, and they need to come out and start again and start the rotations. But it seems like when one player goes, the others aren't collectively reading the situation before it happens to try and support the ball carrier. So they need to develop that within the game. You know, I think they've done all right today. They've not done particularly bad, and we're talking about how are they progressing. You know, they're definitely getting better week after week, but it's going to be a long season for them if they don't nail down these basics.
The Hos to Pelfreman. Ribeiro wanted it. Instead it comes left to Cruz. Search of Pelfreman. Just be wide on that ball from Jason Moore. And a timeout here called by Kent United. A chance for them to just reset, take a minute to compose themselves. I think relatively they won't be too disappointed with how the game's gone so far.
They've got some really threatening individuals that can go past players, that can be exciting, and they've just got to work out as a team how and when to use those skills. I think, they're really aggressive and they have intensity on the ball, but how do you support the ball carrier? How do you combine to make it more effective? And against top teams like Helvecia, they've seen these skills before and they know how to nullify it. But the thing that can definitely be better at, just because you defend half court or mid block or low block, doesn't mean you're passive decision making in the defensive structure. You still need to get pressure on the ball, and probably the brilliant basic out of possession is, as an individual, can you get pressure on the ball? As a second player, can you get out to the ball as quick if the trigger's there for you to get there? So they just need to do that a little bit better, I think.
Yeah, plenty to work on for this Kent side, but as you say, positives within the group as well. We just need to come together, work as a team, and get the basics right. Ribeiro's won it back in a great area. Spins. Claudio Ribeiro forced towards the corner. Pelfreman across to Cruz. Ribeiro, brilliant skill.
Brilliant piece of skill that from Ribeiro.
And again, Ribeiro would have been some goal. Claudio Ribeiro's using this as a playground now.
Yeah, party time. He's got some ability, some tricks. He can get some end product off it even better. These are the moments. They're the moments we're talking about. Building collectively as a team.
Ribeiro really should have at least hit the target there and made Daniel Paul work. Was given away cheaply on halfway. Ribeiro broke forwards. We see on the replay here his effort was off target.
Fantastic throw by the Kent keeper there, Daniel Paul. Brilliant into Jordan Astill. They're not getting much from the referees today. This is a bit now. They need to start these things there. Put pressure on the ball. Negative play.
Jew, simple again. It's lofted over the keeper, but wide.
When they put pressure on the ball, there's always going to be that second phase, and when the ball shifts or a player moves, you either got to move or you're zonal. In the minute, they're not sure if they're zone, they're man to man, they're passing players on and exchanging. Whether they're switching, it's just all the same sort of press and then let them go, and that's causing problems because Helvetia are clever enough to find the pockets to play in.
Silva battling hard for the ball. Clement wanted a free kick as it tough ball for Astor to control. Referee Newstead again wants a word with Jordan Astle.
He's getting a little bit frustrated, I think, and obviously by throwing the ball away, you can see that he wants to build and play, but the movement in possession is just not in sync. And that's the challenge, you have to have good instinct movement, and I think we talked about it at the start of the game. Good individuals are great, but you've got to play collectively in pairs and threes, and then ultimately the four to get something out of this game.
Bowles out long, and Hoss came to meet the ball. Restrepo does his defensive duties. Jew. For Silva. Aaron Reed with a good interception. Minute and a half to play until the break. This is game 3 of 4 here from Walsall Campus. Helvetia have 4 goals in this first half against Kent. Jew. Clement. De Silva. To Jew. Great link-up play this. A free kick is given for London Helvetia, and I think that takes Kent on to 5 fouls as well. Indeed it does.
The right decision, you saw that, he just tried to grab him back. Jew went through. Let's see what Helvetia have got here collectively. I think you might see a screen. Sorry, a block coming. Moving the ball sideways for Jew to have that shot. Probably try and block the front player coming out from Kent, with the Restrepo coming around the back with his left foot.
And for the direct shot towards goal, it was Jefferson Clement who struck it. He goes behind for a corner.
Corner ball for sure. Came off a Kent player. Wasn't on target, but
Restrepo didn't catch that one how he would have liked. Has it back now though. Over halfway. Restrepo onto his left foot and just snatched at the shot. And into the side netting.
good by Helvecia, you know, still high pressing, still trying to go after that ball in a 2-1-1, putting Kent under lots. There we go, lots and lots of pressure. So they can get this ball back and start attacking again.
Restrepo. De Silva. Into Restrepo, who tries to roll the defender. Helvecia kicking. Back to shoot. Helvecia looking for a fifth before the break. Clement.
Brilliant from Clement there, his second touch to try and drag it into the path so he could get that strike off. Helvecia here keep going after that fifth, which is great to see. Kent needs to stay strong at the minute.
Restrepo just cut across the ball a little too much. The London side in complete control though, which was in all honesty to be expected for this tie. Lahoz. Long ball forwards and dropped kindly for Bowl.
Brilliant interception by the big man.
Chance here, Clement, good save again. Brilliant save, and it's bouncing around all over the place, and in the final second, it's put home 4-5. Cesar de Silva was on hand to capitalise. It was an absolute mess, really, and into the empty net. And that is the final kick of the half. So at half-time, Helvecia have 5. Kent United, for periods, seem to have improved, but ultimately, they are not at the standard of their opponents, London Helvecia. Join us for the second half in Game 3. Half-time, it's London Helvecia 5, Kent United 0. So we are ready then for the second half of Game 3. London Helvetia lead at the break by 5-0. A difficult first half for Kent then, Mike. We've spoken about it from their point of view. For Helvetia, they can only play what's in front of them. What do you think they need to do to really get something out of this game and build in the second half?
Kent, you mean?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I was just speaking to Jordan Astor then, actually, and we were talking about, it's the brilliant basics, as I call it, that need to be installed and deliver on. So Kent have got some really good individuals, but they need to do the basics really, really well first and allow them to have that talent to go to the next level. So pass the ball well, defend well, get pressure on the ball, when they're out of possession. Switch when they're switching, making them understand that they're not just passing players on. So, it's not collectively, all these little things make a big difference. And it's the brilliant basic that they need to try and achieve if they're going to get anything out of this game and hopefully catch Helvetia out. But at the minute, Helvetia are really comfortable in the situation and dominating every part of the game.
Lahoz. This is Pelfreman. Back to Jew. So 5 goals and 4 different scorers in the first half for London Helvetia. Ariel Araujo with the first 2, and then goals for Pelfreman, Ribeiro and Cesar da Silva. Off of Jew and behind for the corner.
Better from Kent, just keeping the pressure on. And pass the ball well, get shots off. Keep making Helvetia defend. Build that pressure.
Across the face of goal, but the Hoz felt comfortable enough to let it run, I think. And immediately in this second half, in the first minute of it, Imar Lahoz stepping into the Kent half more than he was doing in the first. This is Pelfreman. Araujo. With the captain Jew. Back to Pelfreman. Restrepo, strong starting 5 for Helvetia. In fact, it's the same starting 5 for the second period that started the first. Long ball down court.
Right idea there, into Vigne. He's just not managed to keep it in the pitch. But this is the challenge they're going to have now. How do they deal with the keeper coming on 5 versus 4? And it's quite hard to, you're not experienced against this, collectively knowing how to do it.
Yeah, it's a complete different task in itself, really, defending against a fly goalkeeper, and something that Kent, I guess, now will have to try to figure out in the deep end kind of thing.
And I think that's what Helvetia have managed really well. Every time it can look like they're getting somewhere to get back in this game, they just threw something at them different tactically. So as Kent want to come out and try and start this half well, Helvetia just play with the fly, and it just sort of stops them pressing, if you like. Or if they do press and get it wrong, then Helvetia are in, so it forces them back a little bit.
Pelfreman. This is Lahoz again to Restrepo. Turns down the line and into his less favoured left foot, and ends up going behind for the goal clearance.
Good defending there from Kent. Good pressure from Helvetia. And that's the difference in the two teams, really. When Helvetia press, they go as a unit, as you said, collectively as 2s and 3s. Whereas Kent will press as individuals, and they look more like Pistons pressing rather than a group pressing. So that means Helvetia have the pockets to play in between, when they don't quite get the pressure right.
Well won back by Araujo. Pelferman takes over. Free kick for Kent. Taken quickly. Pelferman. Stripper to his right. The ball was just behind him. Nice ball forward, but the touch completely let him down there. Josh Flint made a good run off the ball and received the pass, but the touch in the end just took it out behind. Cruz, brilliant skill.
Brilliant
Trying
by
to sneak it in at the near post.
Cruz there. I think it's an ex-Kent player. You know, he's just gone past 1v1 and toe poked it, nearly sneaking in, as you like. Sneaking in is that front stick. Again here, you know, Helvetia pressing really aggressively on line one in a 2-1-1 formation, forcing Kent to go long, and they've got the ball back quickly.
Cruz for Ribeiro. De Silva. Ribeiro lets it run. Araujo. That time there's no one on the end of it.
That'd have been some goal. Ribeiro being in the middle of all of that, trying to play three in line between the defensive line of Kent. Would have been an amazing goal.
Opportunity here at the second post. That gave Helvecia something to think about.
Half chance there. This is the bit where they have to get better pressure on this ball now. The second phase of pressure is not there quick enough. Allows these passes in between.
Good challenge by De Silva. It's kept in. And can Ribeiro turn it home? It's for De Silva. Corner kick.
Keeper's done well in the end, Daniel Paul, just to make sure it doesn't go in the back of the net. But the final ball from Cruz there, I think, wasn't quite good enough for Ribeiro behind him. And then you have to hit the target with this one, which I think the keeper just managed to get a good little save on.
Just waiting for the goals to be readjusted then. Helvecia can proceed with taking the corner. De Silva through the middle of the defensive setup. Helvecia, who did score from a corner in the first half, actually. It was Liam Pelferman's goal. 1 of 5 in the first period.
I think whenever a Kent player gets on the ball, they really, you know, feel under pressure, and I think that's the difference, because as that ball shifts, as that travels across, the second player out for Helvetia is getting really strong pressure on the ball, whereas the opposite way, it's not so apparent. But the minute the work that Helvetia are doing out of possession is allowing them to get the ball back quickly, and then they can cause damage with the ball. Whereas Kent can't get their out of possession game well enough, if you like, and that means they spend long periods without the ball. So when they do get it, it's like a hot potato, and they want to go quick and they want to go fast, but actually they just turn it over even quicker.
Ribeiro. Cruz foul right on the edge of the area. Again, Adin goes into referee Newstead's notebook. It's a late challenge. I don't think he can have any complaints about that one. Good position this for Helvecia. Had a similar free kick down the other end in the first half. This time it goes across to De Silva. They tried something different there. De Silva, I think, was trying to actually connect with the ball and have a shot on goal, but ended up taking out the opponent, and Silva's been booked there for that.
Yeah, it wasn't a well-worked free kick from Helvetia there. It was a bit lackadaisical, not really worrying about the quality, and I think that's where sometimes they need to keep that quality, because they've got good players, but set-piece discipline, keeping their room tidy, as I said earlier. That brilliant basics are just sometimes don't do, and in the bigger games that can cost you.
Intercepted by De Silva. De Silva goes on. The setback was poor, and you can see there how quickly Kent want to get on with things in attack. Maybe, though, they might just need to, as you say, Mike, keep a bit of possession and try to work themselves into the game, relieve a bit of the pressure that they have seen a lot of whilst defending.
Well, try and get secure possession, you know, in the higher third, so in the middle third and the higher third. Secure possession in those thirds where they can move the ball will force Helvetia to defend a bit deeper, rather than just going and stretching the game as an individual or taking the risks.
Ribeiro.
When it doesn't need to be done. At times you've got to take risks, and at other times you've got to move the ball with quality where the spaces and gaps are.
Yeah, it all comes back to decision making.
100%, you know, perception, decision and an execution, and sometimes the perception and the decision making is not quite right in terms of the pictures they're seeing.
For all of Helvetia's pressure and play in a similar fashion to the first half, we've now gone nearly 6 minutes of this second period without seeing a goal, and we are as we were at the break, so that will be a pleasing factor for Kent, I guess.
For sure, and I think, like you said, the last time these two teams met was quite a hefty scoreline, so if you look at it that way across the 2 years, this is probably going to be progress for Kent.
Yeah, just to go back to that, it was 29 goals that Kent conceded across 2 fixtures against Helvetia in pre-COVID times, but they've certainly made improvements since then, that's for sure. Here's Ribeiro, back to De Silva. Stefano Cruz, back to De Silva. Loose control by Moore, he'll be disappointed with that. Ribeiro. Still Ribeiro, twisting and turning. Ribeiro again, toying with Trevor Biney. Ribeiro, what a goal that would have been.
It's brilliant individual skill. You know, he's twisting, he's turning, he's facing Trevor Biney up so he gets flat-footed, and then checking back again and again. And then when he actually finally did the hard work and got in behind, it's just needed to finish and he didn't quite make it.
Scott Hurd breaks free of the first line, but Ribeiro has it back for Helvetia. Ribeiro was greedy there, had options either side of him.
Yeah,
Instead tried to score himself.
He's looking for that goal, but I think actually the pass to one side would have resulted in a goal. So, you know, it's great having those skills, but in the moments you've got to go and be professional.
A slight opening there for Kent as they broke down court. 2v1 for a moment, but Sikuai's ball across was intercepted. And that's becoming a familiar story, really.
Great pass, great ball.
Would have been a great goal, but for the save and the legs of Daniel Paul.
Great save by Daniel Paul there. Managed to get his legs in the way. You know, Kent really needs to start thinking about doing something different. Are they going to fly? Are they going to attack more? You know, they need to, the clock's running down, they need a goal, definitely start edging back into this game, but at the minute I can't see them creating any chances other than mistakes through Helvecia. Helvecia just comfortable managing this game, getting a bit like earlier, probably now in second gear in terms of intensity, in terms of tempo.
Yeah, I think for Helvecia, though, it should be about maintaining those standards and trying to, you know, keep achieving the levels that they've set for themselves and really push on in the second half and ultimately win this game by as many goals as possible.
I think so. You know, it might come down to goal difference. You never know, do you? So, you know, I think that you can definitely see in the extra touches players take and the ball speed slows down when they start to, you know, move from third gear to second gear, if you like. And we're seeing that at the minute where players are taking those extra little touches. It's slower. It's not aggressive in the ball as much. And I think there's a difference between changing the tempo to lowering the tempo and not really upping it again. So, like you say, it's about those professional quality standards you want to see from a top team. They're winning 5-0, but can they keep it going? Can they keep scoring more goals?
Oh, brilliant goal. And there is the first of the second half, and it makes it 6 for the day. Claudio Ribeiro, who's shone throughout the game, has his second of this contest. Came inside onto his left foot and fired the ball past Paul.
What a great finish that is. You know, he's been electrifying today as an individual. He's been quality. He's showed some depth of touches, some brilliant skill, and you know, getting his goal there again as his second goal with his left foot. Fantastic finish.
Ribeiro, the latest goal scorer. Nice play by Cruz. Down the line and cut back across. Clement is bouncing around everywhere and ends up in the grateful arms of Daniel Paul.
The brilliant cutback from Moore, I think. You know, we say second post, top of D, and he's cut that back to the top of D brilliantly. And it should have resulted in another goal.
Flint to take the kick in. Back to Najim Oriola, who is on for Kent. Oz crosses the halfway line. This is now Edvanio Cruz, former Kent United player, now strutting his stuff with Helvecia. Brilliant play again by Ribeiro, scrambling around the area as Clement goes for the back heel.
Be great, did that little bit of skill again. He just went, you know, drifted past, a little flip-flap pass.
You can make quite the compilation of Claudio Ribeiro's skills in this game today. Clement, good save. Credit where it's due there for Daniel Paul, brilliant stop. Chance for Kent. Now, did that strike his hand? Kent thinks so. The game goes on down the other end. They feel that Dimar Lahoz stopped that illegally with his arm. Play goes on though. Referee Andrew Thompson, I think, signalling a rolling foul, but for that there, they feel that that struck the arm of Lahoz and it was goal bound. Cruz. Jason Moore. Into the final 10 minutes. Back for Ribeiro. He was certainly collided with by Paul, but no foul and Kent break forwards. The Hoz has to make the save.
Brilliant by Sikaway there. You know, he's been a real shining light for me today. Left footer,
can drift both ways, can go past people. You know, we talk about players being two-footed, but actually sometimes it's better being two-sided, so you can be heavily dominant in one foot, but can you go past people both ways? She's very good at.
Jude. Back to Lahoz, and this is Liam Palfreman. Search of the feet of Jefferson Clement. That time, Oriola nipped in well. Jew with Lahoz playing as the fly keeper. Palfreman deflected and out.
It's too easy there from Kent, Liam Palfreman, to just get on the ball, get it at his feet and shoot from 12 metres out, and it's going to cause goals there. So organisationally, you know, Kent again needs to just work out what's going on there quicker than they are doing.
Yeah, I think we saw it a couple of times in the first half with Liam Palfreman just being given too much time on the ball, too much space, and we saw it again there. Timeout here called by Kent with 8:16 left to play in this one. The game's well and truly beyond them now, but playing for pride, I guess, and trying to put up the best display you possibly can in these final 8 minutes.
I think it'd be great, you know, if they can go out and get a goal, you know, try and make something happen a little bit more. They're aggressive in possession, but can they build something? At the minute, Helvecia in second gear, moving the ball, managing the game with Lahore just dropping in, and it's about whether or not Kent can make it really count in possession. Out of possession, they're struggling with the fly keeper in terms of structure. But if they can weather that storm for a couple more times, try and go and get that goal. You know, like you say, I think the game's really well and truly beyond them. But can they go and get a goal?
Yeah, Kent, 2 heavy defeats in the first 2 weeks for them, but in both of those games they did get on the score sheet. They lost 12-1 to Manchester in the first week and 8-1 to Worcester in the second. Jason Mbang got the goal on the opening day, and then Aaron Reid 2 weeks ago. And Mbang not involved today for Kent, so it's one of the players that they're travelled without today.
Great turn.
Araujo. Palfreman, back for Ivan Jew. It's a long time ago since Araujo's opening couple of goals got things going for London Helvetia today. Since then it's been rather straightforward. Chance maybe here for Kent. Frustrations again though. They've had those sorts of half opportunities throughout this game consistently, but of course haven't been able to take any of them. And here's another chance for Helvetia. One man who does deserve credit is Daniel Paul. He's made some important stops today for Kent.
He's been good, you know, at times, and at times they've took shots too close to him for him to be able to react. So in the times he's been called upon, he's made some good saves. But you can't save everything when people are shooting from 12 metres unopposed, if you like. So tough day at the office for him again. But you know, they keep going, they keep improving. I think you can slowly see their improvements.
Would have been a brilliant goal. It was link-up play between Jew and Palfreman. But we turn our attention to a chance for Kent, and it's Sikawai who you could argue deserves a goal today. As things really liven up there for a moment, Mike. Chances at both ends.
Yeah, open game. Sikawai, who I've been impressed with, like I say, you know, hopefully he would have been putting that in the back of the net to try and get that goal. I think Kent probably deserve a goal. They've been trying to compete. They've been trying to get tight. They've at times gone forward aggressively, but probably been undone with their defensive structure a little bit. Where, like, here we are again, not just organised enough.
I think it's this sort of stage of the game where things can often get really difficult as well for any side on the back of a hefty defeat.
Yeah, they've spent a lot of time without the ball, so now they're chasing the ball a lot, and it's tiring for some of the players that played some heavy minutes. You know, Scott Hurd, he's played some heavy minutes today, so you see those tired legs and minds. Free kick, yep.
Yeah, definite one there. Sikawai again showing his individual quality. The yellow card as well for that foul. Ian Palfreman goes into the book.
This will be an interesting one.
Direct shot at Lahoz, and he had to deal with it.
Great save in the end. It's not easy coming from, like you say, direct, but the wall would have been set up not to go near post, and then he would have said, right, I'll back myself to save the shot, which he did. Great keeping.
Just going back to that yellow card for Liam Palfreman. He's actually now been booked in all 3 of the opening games in this new season. Something for him on a personal level to keep an eye on, I'm sure. This is Ivan Ju. Options both sides. Tried to go left. Sikawai does well to release the ball, but Ju's got it back. Across to Restrepo. Neat finish. A brilliant goal. I think the goal's taken a tumble there as well. I think Scott Hurd's ended up in the back of it, and that just sums things up for Kent today.
I think so, yeah. I was just about to say the thing, probably sums up their day at the office today. They huff and they puff and they've tried, but everything keeps falling down around them, and even the goal's done that.
I love that one.
It's going to be a difficult season. Kent players know that. We've known that. We've said that from the start with the quality in this NFS 1 tier. You know, they're in this top league. Everyone's fighting for a Champions League spot. The top teams are, you know, really dominant with the ball, and you have to spend long periods without. But there's no doubt they're progressing. They're getting better each week. But sometimes you don't get the rewards you feel like when you've been progressing. And today's one of those days where Helvetia have been cool, calm and collected in everything they've done, and just showed their class really above and beyond what Kent can do. You know, Kent, like I said, have huffed and have puffed and tried to be physical and direct, but really Helvetia know that's coming and can move the ball a lot better.
I think from a Kent point of view, it would be great to see them get a goal in these final 5 minutes, take, you know, that consolation back home with them. It's been a tough day, but there's certainly been periods that they can, you know, take positives from and work on. It's all about improving, I guess, and moving forwards. How can you improve in each way possible and try to, you know, minimise the damage done to you throughout the remaining games?
I think if they can collectively defend better, they've got individuals to go and score goals. So, you know, for me, if they could collectively work out when they're pressing, when they're defending, are they passing players on, are they exchanging, are they, you know, the little things in defensive structure that it gives them a framework to build upon. And if they can do that, I think they've got players that can go past people. They've got players that can shoot. We saw today they create chances, but, you know, control the control.
Araujo with an effort there, nearly a hat-trick for him.
I was just saying again, control the controllables, because again, the players not followed their player there, and all of a sudden the game's opened up, and it's that individual but collective responsibility to do the right thing. If they can sort that out, they can stay within games, and they can get more out of games. So even though they're full of attacking flair, their defensive and out of possession work is killing them, really.
Araujo, maybe this will be the chance at which he gets his hat-trick. Restrepo! Side netted for him. He's the latest Helvetia goal scorer, but off target that time. Hoss short for Pelfreman, who takes the ball the way of Ivan Zhu. Three minutes and change left to play then. Araujo across to Pelfreman. Pelfreman from distance, it was blocked by Scott Hurd. Restrepo, the ball had just gone over the far side touchline.
I think what we've seen today, you know, the first game was a brilliant game with Loughborough and Bolton, with two teams really going after it to get, you know, that 3 points to move up the table. You've then seen probably the top end of the table play the bottom end, so Bloomsbury playing Worcester, although, you know, Worcester are coming on leaps and bounds, and then now Helvecia versus Kent. So, you know, but then we've got the final game to come, which I think is going to be another classic with Birmingham versus Manchester, who are again a bit like the Bolton and Loughborough game, who need those 3 points to climb up the table. So I think we've seen some very different games today, but lots of goals.
Yeah, lots of goals indeed, and absolutely can't wait for that one. It's a 4:45 kickoff. Birmingham WLV hosts here today will face Manchester. 2.5 minutes or so remain in this one. Game 3, in which Helvetia lead 7-0. Reed that time just, well, reading the danger and opting to reset, but it's given a chance for Helvetia. I think there Reed just tried to reset things. The rest of his side didn't really get back into that required defensive structure. Cruz, Ribeiro. De Silva, still De Silva, straight at Paul.
Great save again by Paul. You know, the gap opened up because they thought he was going to slide it one way or the other, and it just opened up, and Paul had to make that strong hand save. Brilliant save.
Yeah, most definitely, although the direction wasn't perhaps quite there on the shot from De Silva. The power certainly was, and it can be so common for those sorts of shots to slip past goalkeepers. Not to be saved. De Silva with Cruz to his right. Here is Edvanio Cruz. Nice turn. Good cover and defending by Jason Moore, who was across quickly. Just take a look at a replay here from Restrepo's goal, just dinked it over the goalkeeper. He really deserves a goal today. Been impressed with Camilo Restrepo, has had a lot of time on court as well. 90 seconds to go. Ribeiro. Important toe in from Reed. Ribeiro again just lets the ball run to him. Stands up his opponent. It's Claudio Ribeiro inside. Just knocked off balance at the vital moment. Into the final minute then, and again, here's a chance, Mike, to ask for your man of the match. There's plenty to choose from in this London Helvetia side.
I think there's a lot of players done well for Helvetia. You know, the Horse done well in goal and changing the tempo of the game. Liam Pelferman's been effective. The skipper, Ju's been good, but I think it's got to be that little man, Claudio Ribeiro, shows some unbelievable talent today, unbelievable skills. But out of possession, he's done the hard yards as well. So got a couple of goals, I think, which is fantastic. Yeah, for me, he's the man of the match today.
Yeah, Claudio Ribeiro has really taken this game by storm. It's played through to him here and unselfishly looks for it, and there it is, right on cue. Claudio Ribeiro completes his hat-trick.
And that's the quality that we've been talking about here. You know, finds himself on the second post. It's a great ball, but he's lent it and he's stayed ready for a second pass, and the pockets he finds himself in, he's a super talent. I think today you've seen not only how good he is on the ball, how good he is at finding and exploiting space, but also, you know, I've been impressed with how hard he's worked off the ball. Super talent, and showed that today.
Just the one goal in 2 games before today, but he's bagged himself a hat-trick. He is the man of the match in a convincing victory for London Helvetia. Does seem to be some concern here for Evanio Cruz, I think, the player who's down on the deck at the moment, just involved in a bit of a collision in amongst the scramble for that Ribeiro goal.
Yeah, the physio having a quick look at him. He looks like he's going to be okay.
Yeah, would expect him to be replaced anyhow for the final 35 seconds with no risks being taken, but physio Navi Pereira attends to Evanio Cruz, who does seem okay as he takes up his position over on the bench. Nice ball forwards and search of a goal for himself. Clement there.
Good professional, dominant performance from Helvetia today. Similar to what I think we saw with the Bloomsbury performance, not necessarily at full tilt, firing on all cylinders, but probably a few different personnel, but doing the job and getting the job done well.
The Silva, important stop and can't do clear. Ribeiro has it in the final few seconds. Lahoz. But as you say, it's been a really professional performance by London Helvetia, and they've stormed to a convincing victory. Got the early goals through Araujo, and since then they haven't really looked back. And there is the buzzer to signal full time in match 3 here today from the University of Wolverhampton's Walsall campus. A convincing victory for Helvetia, which many would say was to be expected. It finishes Kent United 0, London Helvetia 8. Up next is our final game of the 4. It's Birmingham WLV hosting Manchester. Kick-off at 4:45. We'll see you for it. Welcome back then for the final game here today from Wolverhampton University's Walsall campus. This game sees the host team Birmingham WLV, who will take on Manchester. The teams are out onto the court and the Birmingham players have their young mascots alongside them as well. The Birmingham starting five then today is David Christin between the six, Doug Reed, Dan Guy the captain, Lewis Scott and Eduardo Tijerin. The rest of the squad is made up of Zach Price, Dean Withers, Chris Bright, Mummy Jagpel, Kira Jagpel, and then Birmingham are without their summer signings Mariah's Christian Matai and Farshid Shabani. So youngsters Ethan Finney and Fraser Corden are reintroduced into the matchday squad. Manchester start with Kai Bone in goal, Harry Tozer, Jeff Adubafor, Giles Collier and their captain Raducio King. The rest of the squad is Matty Barton, Danny Stapleton, Sam Richardson, Matthias Luna, Jans Krumis, Roberto Carabalesi and Scott Thompson. The Birmingham manager is Iqbal Hussain. In the opposite dugout is Sam Richardson, although taking part as a player today. Mike, really looking forward to this one. It should be a great game between these two sides. We were speaking off air, two teams that we feel really need to try to get the 3 points today. How do you see this one going?
Again, I think it's going to be very similar to the first game of today, where you saw Bolton and Loughborough going after the full 3 points and probably closer in terms of competitive edge. And I think this one's going to be very similar to that one. I think we've seen the two games in the middle where Bloomsbury and Helvetia have basically dominated against the probably two lower ranked teams in the league. But these teams, you know, close. It's going to be a close game, and I think it's going to be all to play for. So I think you're going to see a very exciting, fast, intense and passionate affair.
Well, we certainly hope so. Certainly hope to see lots of goals as well between these two. Birmingham just 1 point from 2 games so far, but they come into it on the back of that good second half performance against Bolton a fortnight ago. They came back from 2-0 down to get a point in that one. Manchester, they beat Kent comfortably in week 1, but suffered defeat against Loughborough here in their game live on BT Sport. Match officials for today's game are Paul Waitley and Saeed Kadri, Andrew Thompson, and then the timekeeper is Harvey Newstead.
Home advantage for obviously Birmingham, but both of these teams have got some experience in their ranks. Dean Withers, Doug Reed, Dan Guy, you know, you can look down Munmy, look down the bench, and they've got experience. Lewis Scott in terms of England players, same as the other side. Not there today. Jordan Edge obviously suspended, but Sam Richard's been around the block. You know, it's experience versus experience, and I think what we're going to see is two good quality futsal teams, different styles. You know, Birmingham a lot free in the way they play, but very aggressive and attacking, and Manchester very organised and have a very similar sort of a style that they like playing, but it's sure going to be one hell of a game, I think.
Yeah, you mentioned Jordan Edge in amongst that there. They are without him, the influential player Jordan Edge. He was booked twice in the last game and subsequently, of course, sent off, so serves his 1 match ban for today's game. That's why he's not involved. Birmingham in their yellow and black kit, kicking from left to right as we look at it from our commentary position upon the gantry, and Manchester in their blue strip. Game begins then, and Manchester get us started. King, a do before straight away, and defending for Birmingham to do. Eduardo Tijerin was across quickly.
Brilliant. It'll be really interesting to see how these players, Kingy and Jeff Adubafor, link up today.
Adubafor battling hard and skips past one. Christian makes the save with his feet, turns it behind for a corner. Manchester come out the blocks firing though. Took a touch off Tijerin, and will be a Manchester kick in. Eduardo Tijerin's an interesting one really, a vastly experienced player now, and in his second spell with Birmingham. Of course, had a period at London Helvetia and went out to play in Europe with them. First attack for Birmingham is the captain Dan Guy. Into his less favoured right foot, and the effort trickles through to Kai Bo. King. Adubafor. This is Collier wearing 8 for Manchester today. King tried to spin past Dean Withers. In the end, ran through to David Christian. Lively start.
Really good, intense start to this game. Again, two very different styles. Birmingham pressing more, whereas Manchester like to mid-block, like to build that pressure. But the ball's moving very quickly and aggressively.
King to Adubafor. A split second thought Birmingham maybe cut open there, but Manchester happy to keep possession. Collier, with intensity to the game so far. Kicking for Manchester.
Reducio King, the Manchester kid, is a handful. He doesn't really play as a fixed pivot, but he does roam around a lot. Plays as a roam, and if they get that ball into him, he's got the ability to turn, the ability to set. When they're on song, a lot would come through him, but what they've added, Jeff Adubafor, is that quality to get that ball there. And then the players around him now are very mobile and can play forward and aggressively quickly. So it started brightly here. Manchester, the better team at the moment.
Harry Tozer has the ball over onto the far side, and Tozer goes for the parallel. Good defending by Doug Reed, who tracked Tozer's run all the way. Mentioned Doug Reed in previous weeks, of course. Used to play for Manchester, now on beside Birmingham in this fixture today, but his experience can be so valuable to this Birmingham side. Adubafor. Giving away to Reed.
I think this is the bit where Birmingham have to build something collectively. Manchester very good in possession of the ball. Like to have the ball, the mid-block, if you like, halfway and follow players. And this is where Birmingham have to make it count with their in-possession game.
Van Guy in search of Tijerin, but Manchester have possession back. It's given away though to Tijerin. Tijerin, who loves to go 1v1. Tijerin breaks the deadlock. And for all of Manchester's early pressure, it's Birmingham who score first. They lead by 1-0.
Fantastic. We were talking about they've got to make their in-possession game count today. So I think they'll press, they'll try and be aggressive, but it's what they do with the ball. And game on here, brilliant counter-attacking goal, stole it if you like. And Tijerin goes with his quality that we know he has. 1v1, and what a finish with a toe poke.
Yeah, just took the ball onto his left foot, and Tijerin's nicked in again here. He's causing all sorts of issues. It's Tijerin, just wide.
He's looking on form and exciting today already. He's stealing the ball twice with that high pressure. Here they go again. I think that's what you've seen from the top teams today. They want to high press. They want to get the ball back quickly, starting on line one, not letting other teams rest. You've seen that from all the teams that have won today.
King. Pass Withers. Good block by Kirit Jagpal, who's on for Birmingham. Still there, though, for a Dubafor. 1-1. Brilliant finish from Jeff Dubafor. And what a game this is.
Here we go. This is what we said. With both teams have got to come after everything. What a finish that is from Dubafor. Jeff, you know, we know he's got 2 good feet, and he's just dropped it inside and finished into the top bag. And that's the downside sometimes to teams when they score first. They've got to manage the game for a minute or 2 minutes. And Birmingham just needed to look after the ball a little bit better than they did.
Very similar to what we saw in the opening game today, actually, with an instant response.
All square.
Withers, over halfway, trying to skip past the Dubafor.
Good defending good defending from Manchester there, just shepherding it out, if you like.
Kybone goes long, and Christian comes to head clear. Finds Teherin, the Birmingham scorer. Teherin again, spins past one, but is taken away. Good challenge, actually, by Sam Richardson. This is Collier. Important touch by Teherin.
Very lively game, you know, when the keeper's throwing those, they need more javelin-type pass. They need to be flatter, because otherwise it's going to get cut out at this level. So Kybone there, the distribution needs to be flatter, better, faster, so it can't be cut out. Because that can cause all sorts of problem in counter-attack and fast attacks from when the teams like Birmingham then just landed on it.
Yeah, Kybone, who knows a bit about this Birmingham side, did spend a couple of weeks training with the Birmingham team whilst down in this part of the country working. Lewis Scott.
Interesting here, you know, Birmingham playing more of a 4-0 with a Roman pivot. Here he is.
Brilliant play from Kirit Jagpal, tries to dink the keeper. Maybe a lack of experience with choice of the finish, but it was great skill initially.
It felt like he found himself in too much time, didn't he? He's been moving around, waiting for that opportunity to get on the ball in a rotation, that 4-0, and then it opened up, and all of a sudden it looked like he felt he had too much time and probably just needed to take the net out with it.
Birmingham keeper Christian rushed out quickly to try to smother the danger. I think Manchester may have thought it was a corner. The referee towards the goal clearance as Withers just takes a second breather. Chris Bright to Scott. Birmingham nowadays do have many players in their ranks that love to go 1v1, look to take on their opponent players.
I think this season what we've seen with Birmingham is strength in depth. You know, I don't think we've seen that from the Birmingham side for a few years, where no matter who they change, they've got quality to come on. And this is why they can start competing more aggressively with the sides like Manchester, Loughborough, Bolton. You know, they've got the strength in depth, and as we saw earlier, it's about turning over your players, changing your four, keeping the intensity in the legs out of possession so you can get that ball back, but then having the quality when you do have the ball to cause some damage.
Stapleton.
Manchester playing as a 4-0 here, cutting through the middle, looking for the passes, if you like, the wall passes on the side to overload wide areas.
Yeah, the rotations off the ball in the 4-0 setup are fascinating to watch. Scott with a brilliant challenge. Player over, Scott to Chris Bright. It's 2-1. Birmingham regain the lead. Lewis Scott did superbly to win the ball back. He fed the ball across to Bright, and a brilliant finish. And Birmingham 2, Manchester 1.
What you've seen there is the danger of playing 4-0. If you don't get it right and the ball gets stole, you've got 4 players out of the game, and then all of a sudden it's a 2v1 or a 2v2 with the keeper, and it's a pass and finish. So, you know, that's the danger of playing 4-0 and getting it wrong, really. You haven't got that cover, and that's why most teams, you know, play a 3-1, because they've got that back cover if you lose the ball. and they're high risk, if you like, of playing the forwards area. Yes, you might attack more and you overload wide areas, but you've just seen the risk of when you're getting it wrong and you get stole. Great goal by Birmingham.
Chris Bright, the man who scored it. His first goal of the new campaign. And he really would have enjoyed that one. Price is after this. Again, dinks over the keeper. And again, for Birmingham, it goes over the bar.
Brilliant again from Birmingham, you know, finding those pockets through, those runs in behind. We call it earning the back of the opposite players. And it's probably a little bit of, you know, Manchester in the mid-block, but they're not quite pressing and they're not quite dropping. So they're being caught, I say, like playing tennis and being caught in the middle of the court. You're either at the front of the net pressing or you're either at the back blocking. And they're getting caught in the middle of no man's land at the minute, if you like. And Birmingham are definitely taking advantage of the wide areas where the space is being kept.
Well judged by the Manchester keeper, and they come forward again here. Shots off target, though, from Carabalesi. It's been a enthralling first 7.5 minutes, though. Birmingham took the lead, were pegged back. And then Chris Bright's goal has given them the advantage one more. This is great play from Jagpal, but an equally brilliant challenge. Jagpal again wins it back. It's a royal scramble. Jagpal, referee on the far side, gives the free kick the way of Manchester.
What's the game we have on our hands here, Isaac? It's lively, it's competitive, it's got strong defensive pressure, it's got dropping off, and it's got individual flair as well, you know. For me, this Birmingham side is a side that's been growing over the last few years with individual quality and young quality, like the Jagpal brothers. But they've also added the depth, they've also added experience. It's probably the strongest Birmingham side I've seen in quite a few years, and they seem more of a group as well. You see more collectively, you know, playing together more and working for each other hard more than we've seen before.
Certainly agree. I think you'd have to go back to the Edu Valor era at Birmingham, really, to find a team that may be able to match the levels that this Birmingham side are playing at the moment. His Spanish contingents that came over to play for Birmingham. Manchester with a shot off target. Birmingham take the chance to just reset things.
I think what you've seen here is, you know, the younger players that have come through their youth system, you know, who are now starting to flourish. So within that, like you say, they had a Spanish contingent which were competitive, but I think what's really pleasing is these younger players now who've been playing the game for quite a few years are starting to flourish at this top end. And they've actually been playing the game youth setup-wise for quite a few years. So now it's just about them becoming better and better and better as they get exposed to this performance level.
A do before for Manchester. Into King. Birmingham's ball.
You know, I think Manchester just need to stretch the game a little bit more. You know, Reducio King keeps coming in to get on it, but who's stretching it and starting to ask a question of the last line of defence of Birmingham? Haven't seen much of that, so they're trying to build that opportunity when they open the team up.
Price wants it and gets it off Bright. Jagpal's available over on the far side. Scott instead looks for Bright. Wayward pass out of play.
Good pressure from King there. Get that ball back.
Birmingham again looking to really step onto their opponents and press high up the court.
I think what Manchester do miss is Jordan Edge. You know, he's that rock at the back of that fixer or that back player that really does steady them. They have a lot of flair, good flair players, but they also need that player that controls the back of the court.
Jagpal across to Scott. Thwarted by Kai Bone.
I was just saying what he does really cleverly, he just controls the centre of the court all the time. You know, if you like an undergraduate of Stuart Cook for many years and got taught about how you can control the game out of possession with your position. So positionally, they miss Jordan Edge, I think.
Yeah, I'd certainly agree. 100%. Jordan Edge is a big loss for this Manchester side today. I think just from an observational point of view, watching the Birmingham game last weekend, one thing that would have been disappointing for Ikla Hussein as the head coach, really bit of set pieces. They put a lot of time and effort into the set pieces on the training ground, but then executing them in the games just hasn't quite really happened for them yet. And I think that was a good example of that sort of situation on the corner, because we know set pieces can be such an important part of the game. Kristin Long looking for Tiherin. Can't control that time. Nice idea though.
Nice idea from Birmingham. Conversely, some great pressure from Manchester there to win that ball back and force it long.
Adubafor's done very well. Eventually Doug Reid just got his body in between the ball and Jeff Adubafor and managed to win the free kick.
I think it was just a clash of bodies there. I know both players well, and neither of them, would do that. So Jeff's not that type of player, and he's just got it. I think his speed carried him into Doug, and Doug's just lost his footing. So just an honest tackle, which we like to see. At the minute, it's competitive, but played in a good spirit.
Approaching the midway point of this first half. It's our final game of 4 to bring to you today, and what a game it's been so far as well. Touch off Withers, held back kindly for Manchester, but Kristin gratefully grasped the ball. This is Withers again. Pass Tiherin to Doug Reid. Reid lays it back with his soul to Tiherin. Withers across to Reid. Tiherin goes for the parallel and gets it. Would have been a great goal. Nice move. Good to see
trademark rotations there from Birmingham. Doug Reid coming into the middle, not getting on it, rotating back round. Dean Withers changing the play, as we say. The Tiherin coming in nice and shallow for the parallel. And then he goes for a chance. So some textbook, I think you'd call it, some textbook futsal being played by Birmingham here.
Yeah, the large majority of goals that Birmingham score statistically are in transition and on the counter-attack. So good to see them trying to work an opportunity from, safe possession, if you like, and being able to break down defences. Reid taken to ground, play goes on. This is Reducio King up against Withers. King across to Adubafor. Well blocked by Kirit Jagpal.
It'd be interesting to see that again. That looked a bit harsh. I didn't see it. It did look like Adubafor came through the back of Doug Reid. And that's the challenge for the referees now. Even though it's competitive, it's passionate, how do they manage this game to make sure it doesn't get out of control? But it's good at the minute.
Ball came through the first line of the Birmingham defensive setup, but Kristin was on hand to turn it away. Adubafor. It's Tiherin. Reid looking for Tiherin. It's given away though in an overload for Manchester. It's played across to King. Big save, Kristin.
Huge save, Kristin there. They moved the ball really well, Manchester, created that overload, and then he's gone out to smother it to make it a 3v3. Good defending, but also what a chance for Manchester on the transition. There's the chances really you'd want to score if you were the Manchester bench, to think these are the games that you have to score those. They don't come up very often. Big half chance, if you like, which might sound a bit silly, but you probably have to score them in futsal.
Yeah, it's that clinical cutting edge that Manchester just haven't quite found at the moment. Reid. Kirit Jagpal takes it in his stride across to Tiherin. Tiherin onto his left. Well blocked. Great defending. Still there though for Kirit Jagpal. Eventually Manchester cleared down court with Tozer, who finds Reducio King.
For Manchester here, looking like a bit more aggressive on the press, maybe line 2, as we say. They're not quite a full press, but just being a bit more higher kind of force Birmingham to play backwards a little bit more so they can go and pick up the triggers to get that ball back. But Birmingham working a 4-0 really well. And as you see, he didn't take any risks, just move that ball into the space, go and earn court height, court supremacy, and then build off that.
Reed. But Dangai, the Birmingham skipper. His favoured left foot. Here's the corner. Guy back to Withers. Didn't connect with the shot the way he would have liked to, and from range, Christian was spotted off his line. A do before to Collier.
Yeah, the Birmingham players there a little bit frustrated with Christian, the keeper, because they had the opportunity to keep possession and move the ball, and he's gone long and give the ball away, and it's really hard work when you're doing that as an outfield player and your keeper's not making the good decisions that you want. You know, there's a lot of space to play.
Withers switches the play across to Tiherin and forward to Reed. Guy to his left. Reed fires over. So on the replay there, the ball was just bobbling for Reed, and another chance for Tiherin.
I think it's becoming a bit of a scrappy game. You know, Manchester have it a bit, Birmingham have it a bit, and I actually think that suits Birmingham better than Manchester. You know, Manchester like to play a clean game of futsal, move, overload, diagonals, parallels, 1-2s, and I think that's probably what they'll be talking about here is, you know, we've got to keep this game really clean, whereas Birmingham can play a really clean game, but they can also play a really sort of individualised game, which probably suits some of their 1v1 players quite a bit. So I think at the minute Birmingham are just edging it in terms of competitiveness, in terms of creating half chances. I think Manchester have got a bit of work to do to get back in it.
I think for Manchester, you know, they've got just under 7 minutes to try to get a goal and equal things up going into the break. You're looking at their squad for players that do have that quality. Of course, they are missing Jordan Edge today, but Danny Stapleton, for instance, is the early runner, but top scorer with 5 goals in 2 games. We haven't seen too much of him in this game so far. Whether his quality can be a route back into the game for Manchester.
He's been quite quiet today, and like you say, you know, you need your big players in big games to step up and do their thing, and hopefully he can get into this game a little bit more. We know he's got a rifle of a right foot. We've seen Jeff Adu before, you know, Kingy, but we've not quite seen enough of all of their bigger players.
Play resumes then as Lewis Scott is back on the court for Birmingham. It was he who won the ball back and provided the assist for Chris Bright's goal, which made it 2-1. Withers. Option to use Scott. Withers takes up that option. Tiherin. Heavy touch. Back to Sam Richardson. And Stapleton to his left. It was an important block. Withers. Scott goes past Richardson and looks to return it back to Withers, but again we see that quick feet that Lewis Scott has and the way in which he can really burst past the opposition.
I think what Birmingham are doing really well, they're 1v1 players, you know, they're taking advantage of any situation where they can drive, which is, you know, forcing Manchester to defend.
Richardson, brilliant ball forward towards Stapleton. Preston was alert to the danger. Manchester looking to take the kick in quickly perhaps, but ordered to move it back a couple of yards. This is Richardson in a tight area around the edge of the D. Stapleton, put out by Guy.
Number 14 here, you know, Roberto Calvinese is a very cute player, moves well, passes the ball well, very good movement off the ball. New to the Manchester setup, big signing for them.
Loose pass and it's straight to Guy. It's got Scott as an option. In the end, the final pass just wasn't quite there, and the last touch came off Guy. Bone goes short. This is Stapleton. Helvecia. Referee Kadri sees that as a foul against Dan Guy. For all the intensity that this game has been played at, that is just the second foul of the half, both of which have gone against Birmingham. Withers.
So again, Manchester just retreating to that mid-block, not worrying too much about pressing it high, waiting for Birmingham, if you like, to try and build something. Happy to sit and wait for them to come on for them and then engage and build the pressure.
Yeah, perfect example of that this second. Here's Munmeet Jagpal, freshly onto the court. Brilliant skill down the line and on his left. Struck the stanchion of the goal where the crossbar meets the post.
Superb individual skill from Munmeet Jagpal, you know. Had him in the England programme because he could go both ways, left foot, right foot, could strike at any point, and that's the danger of when you're on a low block and not putting pressure on the ball again. You know, if you get beat by an individual, the game is open.
Richardson squares things up from back to front, just like that. Sam Richardson, leading his Manchester side, makes it 2 apiece.
And the old talisman brings them back into a game. Been here many times before, being sure individually. That little pass in was cute, little pass from Calvinese. It's bobbled out to Sam Richardson, who won't miss from that range.
Yeah, Richardson just held off the pressure of Dan Guy, managed to keep the ball on his right foot and slotted it past Kristin.
We said this game's going to be another tight one, and it is so far, but what a game we have.
Bright. Guy looking for Bright. Taken wide. Again, nice idea though. Birmingham managing to work through this Manchester block at times today.
Birmingham had a couple of chances, haven't they? They're going to go in at half-time thinking they should be more up, because what can happen is, you know, Manchester can catch you out with their quality. So for all the chances that Birmingham have had, they probably should have 1 or 2 more.
Jagpal taken away from him. Foul against Scott. Three minutes and change left to go until half time. Manchester's free kick.
What will Manchester have here? I think they'll try and get Danny Stapleton on this and shoot from range because it's a hard shot. So he's going to run over it, try and overload. There
Stapleton.
it is. It's good from Derek Kristin in the end.
Looking for Price. It's nodded down for Bryce.
If Kristin's going to go long, he's better off going longer so it can't be intercepted by Manchester and really putting Birmingham on the counter attack.
Monmeet Jagpal. Good challenge by Roberto Carabalesi.
You know what is great from Manchester here? You're seeing a mid-block, but you're seeing how well teams can defend. So even though Birmingham are working really hard, you know, Manchester are also defending really, really well.
Just a replay of the free kick set piece there. Turned out to be a fairly comfortable save for David Christin.
A little bit of handbags coming out there between old pals and old teammates. Reed and King, they're even smiling.
Yeah, ex-teammates at Manchester, but Doug Reed now very much part of this Birmingham squad. Such an important member of it, of course. This is a do before. Was he dragged down by Reed? Yes, he was. It's going to be a booking as well for Doug Reed, who just been involved with the referees perhaps more than he would like in the last 2 or so minutes.
Yeah, I think that is a foul. I think it's a booking. I think that's the times when, you know, a do before has gone past him quite well and he's had to drag him down because he knows he's been beaten. So, you know, was a yellow card and was definitely a foul. The pace there of a do before and the change of pace is gone past Doug Reed. Not as young as he used to be now, Doug, and I think the do before's pace just showed the difference there. Looked like a bit of a rugby tackle.
Yeah, it certainly did. I think the burst of acceleration past Doug Reed just had him worried for a moment. Committed the foul, and this is the resultant free kick to Stapleton, blocked by Price. Price twisting one way, comes out the other. Zach Price looking for Monmeet Jagpal. Manchester have possession back. Stapleton in search of King, finds King to a do before on his left. Big hand by Christin. A do before again. Manchester still have it in a good area. King in search of Stapleton. They want handball. That's exactly what's given.
Yeah, I have to agree with the referees there. It was just that the time before that, I think it was Chris Bright had the opportunity to just play out and pass out, and he get the ball straight back to Manchester in some poor decision making and poor execution. But, you know, probably unlucky there. But I think it just did touch his hand.
Said on 6 minutes, I think it was, that there'd only been 2 fouls in the game. That now takes Birmingham onto 5 with that quick flurry of fouls. So just under 90 seconds for them to see out without committing another foul.
And interestingly, Manchester on 0. You know, haven't really been as aggressive in the press. So Birmingham, as they start to tire, giving more fouls away.
Collier across to a do before. This is Stapleton up against Monmeet Jagpal. Stapleton off target. Bright. Price takes over. This is Monmeet Jagpal. Loses out. Not a good area to lose the ball. Manchester kicking. Up to Jeff Adubafor. Flicked nicely. King on the spin and a big save by Christin, and on the follow-up it's prodded wide.
What a save that is. Huge moment for Birmingham, as Manchester the last few minutes have just started to bring their quality and show what they can do. What a save that is, with some bodies and players I think we call that emergency defending.
Yeah, last-ditch stuff, really. Birmingham and David Christian got the job done. It was a shot from very close range. Christian managed to save it, and you wonder whether Manchester will be left to rue that as a big missed opportunity. Poor from Birmingham goes out recklessly for the corner for Manchester. Under 30 seconds now. I'll do before. Lofted ball, taken well by King. Given away though to Mummeet Jagpal. Brought back for the free kick.
Manchester bench there just saying 5 fouls, 5 fouls. Trying to encourage their Manchester players to sort of commit players to make the 6th foul. And they're trying to draw the foul. He's saying go at them and try and draw fouls.
Yeah, the clock running down though into the final 10 seconds. This is Birmingham in possession at the moment. Doug Reed across to Tiharin, and Tiharin's spinning. Appeals for a penalty. You didn't see too much in it from here. And that's half time. The first half's had a little bit of everything really, as we just take a look at the replay. Certainly bundled over. Whether there's enough in it to give a penalty for that, I'm not too certain. But at half time, it's been a great game, a great entertaining watch between the two teams. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss the second half. At the break, it's Birmingham WLV 2, Manchester 2. So welcome back then for the second half. At the break, it's 2 each. Birmingham WLV 2, Manchester 2. Birmingham twice led, but pegged back and all square at the break. It was a great first half, Mike. Really entertaining. Interesting to see which way the pendulum will swing moving forwards now.
Yeah, great first half. You know, both teams at times, Birmingham on top for the first 10, if you like, creating a few chances, half chances going up. And then the last 5 minutes for me, Manchester really showing their quality and coming back on top. And it could have been Manchester that went up in the break 3-2 up, but brilliant first half of futsal. I'm just trying to work out who stole their pots and pans from their mum's kitchen at the minute, because some of the fans have got them making a right racket, which is great.
Lewis Scott there wasn't too far away.
Great strike from Lewis Scott. Kai Bone having to put it around the corner. So Birmingham started how they started the first half. There it is.
Yeah, brilliant fingertip save actually by Kai Bone in the Manchester goal. Had to be dealt with. Tiharin couldn't catch that one on the half volley. You mentioned the swings in momentum, Mike, and the different periods of play throughout the first half, and just gaining that momentum in the game can really swing the game in your favour, I guess. And that's an own goal. And Birmingham, who conceded twice from own goals last week, have their misfortune continue. It came off the foot of Kirit Jagpal, and you really do feel for him. Manchester into the lead.
Not a nice goal to concede, but Manchester, started this half as well brightly as this finished the first half. And they have quality, and when they can open you up, that's what they do really well. And at the minute, causing problems for Birmingham, who haven't started very brightly this half.
Tiharin.
I think Tiharin, he started really well. He was a problem for Manchester. And I think over the last 5 minutes, he's probably tired a little bit, but he's also been dealt with by the Manchester team, which to start with they couldn't do.
He's in possession now. Birmingham find themselves behind for the first time in this game. Scott. Wayward of Jagpal.
The challenge for Birmingham now, they don't really seem to have that really fixed pivot that can go and play high and really stretch the game for them. So as Manchester have got to grips with the structure and squeezing things and being more aggressive on the press, somebody needs to go and play in the spaces higher. And they just don't seem to have that out ball at the minute, Birmingham.
Yeah, Birmingham without Marais Christian Matai, who may be the figure to fill that role for Birmingham on another day, but not involved for Birmingham today. So, as you say, perhaps lacking that real focal point of attack and pivot position.
What it does is creates more space for their 1v1 players, where at the minute their 1v1 players are looking to go past people, but there's another body in the mix as soon as they go past somebody. So in a way, it's not really creating enough space for them to cause damage in. And lots of bodies, and what Manchester do well is they get strong on one side of the court and make it very difficult for 1v1 players to accelerate into any space. Here we see Birmingham pressing 2-1-1, passing the first player on and then being aggressive.
Robin Christin out to clear, thunders the ball against the roof here at Walsall campus. Manchester now really in the driving seat. The goal ahead on the scoreline, and mentioned that good period of play that they had at the end of the first half, and they've started very brightly in the second as well. Perhaps a bit of fortune about the goal, but they'll take it all day long.
We were just talking at half-time, weren't we, where it felt like Manchester were just getting in, well, not getting into the game, but just sort of edging it in terms of momentum, and it's definitely felt that way since about 4 minutes towards the end of the first half, and it's carried on that way for me.
I agree 100%, and here's an opportunity that Lewis Scott's foul just took the ball away from Lucio King.
That was a counter-attack. You know, that's the Reducio King's lucky to get away with not a card there, I think, because, you know, as Lewis Scott's come out with the ball, it looked like a 2v1. So I think the referee's having a talk to, saying any more, you're going to go in the book. So well managed, but lucky to get away without a yellow.
Yeah, it was a cynical foul, really, and one that you would usually expect to see a yellow for. This is Teherin. Going to play on the near side.
What Manchester started to do, you know, these last few minutes and the end of the first half is be really more direct and aggressive in their passing. So trying to find diagonal passes, trying to find forward passes more, and stop playing so much 4-0, but being more effective in what they're trying to do. Harry Tozer find forward passes, and you know, Giles Collinger, there we are, trying to find those forward ones, which has just put Birmingham really on the back foot. They were comfortable with the game in front of them, but all of a sudden these passes are coming through them more, so they're having to be on the back foot defending it. It's made it a lot harder for them.
Birmingham rotating round in the 4-0 at the moment. Young Fraser Corden is on for Birmingham. Here he is in possession now, wearing 13 today. Across to Doug Reed, forward to Scott, and back towards Reed. Nice play. It will be a corner. It could have been oh so better for Birmingham there.
Brilliant by Doug Reed, moving the ball. Fraser Corden started it with a split pass, a switch of play. Then it's a 2 versus 1 vertically for Doug Reed to come back on. I actually think he should have toe poked it with his right foot and rifled it in the back of the net, but didn't quite sort his feet out. Looked like he didn't expect it to come back actually, but it was a real textbook move in a 2v2 situation.
Scott. Brilliant ball through to Teherin. Back to Corden, but over the far touchline again.
Again, Manchester changed their 4, probably rotating different strategy here, with Manchester rotating a little bit more than Birmingham. Birmingham really rotating more individualised.
Yeah, most certainly. And Manchester looking to make use of the fresh legs they have on court at the moment. This is Stapleton. Pass Teherin and blocked by Christian. Kicking, but can be treated as a corner this for Manchester. Back to Stapleton, deflects up and comfortable for Christian, who as ever is keen to distribute quickly. Corden, nice touch. Corden penalised.
It's a great throw from Christian there. He's not happy with the decision, but that was the throw we were talking about. If he's going to go, he may as well go longer and it lands higher so you can get something off it. You know, that's a better throw from him. More aggressive, more attacking. You know, we have to remember that keepers can start attacks as well as finish them, or should I say stop them.
Opportunity from range with the header as Christian left the net unguarded. And Birmingham fortunate that time. They don't find themselves further behind. It stays 3-2.
He's just got to keep his head here. David Christian seems to be, you know, not happy with that decision to come charging out and probably got caught. Got to relax before he loses, you know, another goal and then they're out of this game. Heart in the oven, head in the fridge type of thing.
Yeah, clear foul. Birmingham free kick.
Lewis Scott does that so well. He drifts inside, he looks like he's going to pass it and he chops and he can go left foot, right foot. And that's again that individual quality of the space there to do it in. But the space is still not there. They need to stretch the game a little bit more here, Birmingham, if they're going to get anything from their 1v1 players. Can't see it off camera, but you can see all the space there is to play in beyond Manchester's back line, because Manchester being really aggressive with their third line of defence, and if you like, going man for man.
Yeah, there's certainly space in behind the Manchester defensive setup at the moment, but Birmingham not really utilising it. We've seen Christian try to distribute long sometimes, but even then it hasn't been beneficial for Birmingham. It is Scott.
Here it
Corden.
comes. Manchester have basically worked out, you know, when the first player cuts through, they'll go and aggressively make it a 3v3, and Birmingham haven't recognised yet that that's the trigger they're taking, so they can play around the press really quick, but they're not doing that.
Birmingham's kicking. They're in down the line for Corden. Battling hard. Corden's done well to Withers. Reed to Heron. Reed.
Better from Birmingham, a lot better. Balls moving quicker, shifting it from one side to the other. You know, if you're going to get any joy out of Manchester, you need to move the whole team from one side of the court to the other, go down the sides, come back out, go round and be patient. But patient doesn't mean slow passing. Patient with your decisions. But
And there it is for Birmingham.
strong, fast passes, and it caused a little bit of chaos. And there's a set piece with Withers' left foot. And the home team get back in this. What a strike this is. Danny Stapleton turning his back on the game. Didn't need to do that. And Kai Bone unsighted. And in the end, the soft goal for Manchester conceded.
And sometimes it can be oh so simple. And from that set piece, the simple set and smash, it's worked for Birmingham on that occasion.
I think Manchester will be disappointed with that, you know, in terms of the speed of set-up, in terms of, you know, players not facing the game, in terms of it being like a soft goal. They worked really hard to dominate this game, which they have been doing. But Birmingham just had their tails up for the last 2 minutes, really. This game could go either way now for me.
Bright, bobbling around the area. Guys surrounded. Manchester come away with possession. It's still in, and the free kick and given for the push. Really high intensity to the game now. Mummeek Jagpal with it.
Brilliant game, high intensity. Either team could win it, different styles, but both teams really going at it.
This is Mummeek Jagpal, goes for goal. Chris Bright was coming in on the second post. Instead the shot was towards the near post, and Kai Bone saves.
Brilliant from Mummeek Jagpal there. What it looked like he was going to shake to hit second post. But I think, like you said, it was Chris Bright on the, or Dan Guy on the second post. And if hoping that Kai Bone would take a step, and he's actually gone for the top corner. Clever.
Jagpal back to Withers. Guy's touch is loose. Birmingham get the decision. It's on a knife edge, this one now. Nothing to split the two teams at the moment. Bright for Withers. Mummeek Jagpal goes direct again and down the line.
Again, he's done well there, Mummeek. Chris Bright just needs to open up that pass. It's definitely going to come to you, but quite not mobile enough to say, okay, I'll have it and I'll set it. There's a wall pass. You know, he's not been helped there, Mummeek, by Chris Bright's movement. It needed to be a little bit better for him. A little bit wider to create that wall pass.
It's the angle that the pass is offered at, really, I guess. And
yeah, and he got there. He just needed to move another metre and that pass would be open. And then off that, you've got Mummeek travelling, you've got second post.
Birmingham trying to build again.
Here it is. They spot the 2v2 and they snap into pressure, if you noticed.
Yeah, Manchester really stepping on that trigger to make it the 2v2 in the difficult area for Birmingham.
And that's what the experienced do. They understand about sniffing blood, if you like, smelling that blood, and they go after it. If you go 2 versus 2 and you're flat passing, or they're not passing forward, they'll jump and make it a 2v2 without the ball, and it's really hard then for Birmingham to get out. But Birmingham need to recognise it earlier.
They do before. King. Quite happy to just keep possession and well, will we see it again here? This time it's Jagpel. Switches the play across to Bright, and Birmingham managed to get out this time.
Dan Guy was open there, open in the middle of the court on his own. They didn't quite see him. Manchester exchanging players and got it wrong.
This is an opportunity, and it's not taken by Thompson.
Brilliant game so far. High intensity. It's got everything. You attack, we attack, you attack, we attack. It's fantastic. Half chance here on the spin.
On the replay, yeah. Just taken down with the right and fired towards goal with his left by Scott Thompson. And over the top of Kristin's crossbar. Just under 11 to go. This is Finney.
What Birmingham have done better in the last couple of minutes, when they're driving through, you know, more aggressive and pulling apart, if you like, the structure of Manchester's defence. So rather than just rotating back in, they're actually driving through with more purpose, which means the defenders have to go with them, which is creating that little bit more space for them to play into. And then when they've had success, they've gone around the other side really quickly and got out. So they need to keep doing that. And this is where Manchester are really good at building, moving, combining, and they're trying to flatten out. As you see it there, they're trying to flatten out Birmingham's defence to go over and through, and they're good at that.
Certainly are, and it's a difficult task for Birmingham to try and thwart, really.
And that's where sometimes it looks like they're not doing much, and then all of a sudden the game opens up, because what they've done is they've flattened all Birmingham lines together, and then they find that pass through with that little bit of individual quality.
Across to Tozer. Important save by Kristin. Denies Collier.
Collier stepping up a little bit in that Jordan edge role today, taking more of a backwards roll, trying to find those passes, trying to drop the shoulder, go inside. Great strike.
Corner then for Manchester. It's played back but skewed wide by Harry Tozer. Kristin rolls short too with us. Finney shows and gets. Tries to return the ball back to Withers. Into Richardson. He brings Thompson into play. Manchester stepping it up a gear now. Across the face of goal and agonisingly past the second post.
Great pass from Harry Tozer to Sam Richardson. Sam Richardson just needs to hit the target there. He just got away from him. But it looks like Manchester here starting to get back on top again. We had a phase of it. This is where it could go either way, like you said, on a knife edge. We're having phases of Birmingham, then we're having phases of Manchester. For me at the minute, it can definitely go either way.
Siharin. Siharin toes it forwards. Needs to recover now though, because Manchester look to spring and attack for themselves. It's fired in and it's gone all the way in. Whether there was a touch on it, I'm not too sure, but Manchester will not care.
I think Harry Tozer, it looked like he just got a head on it. Giles Colliner finding the diagonal. It's just a headed in from Harry Tozer. You don't see many headed finishes in futsal, but what a great goal that is. It's all about the dropping inside and finding a diagonal. Big job ahead for Birmingham now. Yeah. Big job.
Harry Tozer was on the end of it. Managed to just get the slightest of touches with his head. And Manchester are back in the lead. Tozer's fourth goal in 3 games now at the start of this season. Birmingham with it all to do. This is Richardson. Can Manchester put distance between them and Birmingham?
Brilliant pass of play by Manchester here.
Richardson. Kristin denies.
The last couple of minutes, they've really found their game again. Manchester on top, pressing for a goal. They've got that goal to go up and they keep pressing for that extra one. Tails definitely up here and Birmingham on the rocks a little bit.
Still plenty of time left. A lot can change in what remains of this game. Scott to Reed. Intercepted by Thompson. Back to Carabalese. Thompson works it left to Richardson. Back to Carabalese. Bone. Comfortable to Tozer. Birmingham now just sitting off a little bit more, not quite getting the same levels of intense pressure on the ball.
Their press is gone, if you like, it's probably due to physicality, so they're just naturally dropping off. But, you know, credit to Manchester, they're moving the ball really well. The pace in the ball, their movement off the ball. Birmingham struggles to keep that individual defensive structure together, and that's where Manchester are just finding those little pockets now to play through, to play in between, and the quality they have in the side. Stapleton and Adubafo can find those passes.
Stapleton's effort there was blocked by Price. Very similar to the goal Dean Withers scored actually, but this is Adubafo. He's muscled off the ball, and we don't often say that. This is Tiharin. Goal clearance. Good challenge by Scott, but the ball did go out of play, just a kick in. Richardson goes past Tiharin. Adubafo. Manchester happy to just keep possession. Carabalese given away to Scott. Birmingham tried to retain things, but the pass from Tiharin towards Reed was loose.
Clever inside pass there by Carabalese. He was hoping Danny Stapleton would read it. He stood it up and then just fed it into the middle, where if he was gone Stapleton, it would have been a superb passage of play. Manchester looking good here, just controlling the tempo, controlling the game, moving the ball really well.
Yeah, they've really asserted the dominance on this game at the moment now, Manchester. It's an uphill task for the hosts, Birmingham. A timeout here called by Manchester. 5 minutes 23 left to play. Is this the sort of period in the game where Birmingham may look to utilise the fly goalkeeper, or are we not quite at that stage yet?
I think so. I think they've got to figure it out quickly, because if it depends what the coaches, wants to do. If they're creating chances, it might be a bit early, but if you're not creating chances, then you've got to start thinking about that. So, Iklak Hussein will start thinking about, we need to go more aggressive. We're not creating any chances, and then probably bring in Kristin to sort of fly a little bit higher. But I think the timeout was called by Manchester, who are probably cleverly using this as a bit of a breather. So take the sting out of it, use this timeout as a bit of a breather, knowing probably at some point there'll be a fly to come. But, I don't think Birmingham necessarily use a fly keeper with an extra player. I think they try and bring the keeper in. So again, tactically slightly different, but I think definitely what needs to happen is they need to press, get the ball back, and be more aggressive with the ball. They haven't been really affecting Kai Bone in the last 5 or 6, 7 minutes of this game.
Yeah, so the players back then for the resumption of this one. Scott to Reed. Price was free. Scott to Tiherin. Shepherded back to the goalkeeper, Bone. Given away to Tiherin, rounds the keeper but misses the target.
Wow. Huge chance. You wouldn't think a man of his quality would miss that as he's dropped it onto his left foot with a sole roll. All he needs to do is lift that in the back of the net and he's just not hit the target.
Thought for all the world that was going to see the back of the net bulge there. You would have put your house on Eddie Tiherin scoring. And he knows what a big opportunity he's missed.
Big chance for Birmingham. This is where they need to press, they need to go aggressive. It might be more of a high risk, and as they get tired they might get caught by Manchester's individual quality, but they've got to go after the ball here. The clock is running down and probably start to run away with them from them.
Lofted pass, Tiherin didn't know what was behind him and felt he needed to get a touch to it. Manchester's kicking. Short for Stapleton. Well over the bar. Tiherin for Zach Price. So Withers, what can Birmingham work here? Nothing's the answer because Stapleton cuts out the pass to Reed.
Great defending again from Manchester as Birmingham push for those passes. Have to start forcing things. What Manchester are really doing again here, it is just stepping into that press and building that pressure. And I think that's been the difference really, the way that Manchester have sort of got to grips with their own defensive game and piled more pressure as the game's gone on in those moments.
Tiherin down the line and it's against the frame of the goal. And how unfortunate can Edu Tiherin get today?
Whoa, what a chance. He's gone past, you think he's got nowhere to go. His second touch and it's just the wrong side of the post before it goes in, but what an effort that is.
It's just stabbed out with the outside of his right foot. The toe poke added that factor of uncertainty and it well and truly beat Bone. But Bone has his left hand post to thank. Manchester City in the lead.
I think this is the time where Birmingham probably need to really start thinking about using that fly as the clock runs, but Manchester are going to have a lot of the ball still.
Yeah, just as you mentioned that,
here
Mike,
we go.
You can see Dan Guy, the Birmingham captain.
I think what we've seen is probably a timeout that's gone, you know, in these next couple of minutes, let's go after it, let's press, if nothing, around the 3-minute mark, when it's good and safe to do so, let's get David Christian high. And interesting what they do here, they put Christian high so that the three Birmingham players, if they get pressed, can drop back into their own half and receive it. So this isn't done just kamikaze-wise, this is done actually so if the press comes, they can drop out without being pressured, whereas the keeper can't.
Yeah, Christian's really high.
This
and
is
that
the danger with it though.
Open! And it's found it! And that might just be game, set and match for Manchester. Birmingham took the risk. It didn't pay off.
And that's the danger, you know, when you go into it and you keep us miles away. So it's a risk versus reward because they put David Christian high in case Manchester aggressively press and they can drop back out. But the danger is that he's nowhere there to even close to be recovering it. And here we are, Dan Guy's come on as a, if you like, more orthodox flyer as an outfield player. But let's see, I think there's going to be more goals in this game.
David Christian clearly frustrated there as he takes his place upon the bench. Dan Guy now wearing the goalkeeper shirt for Birmingham. He's not quite as high as Christian was, and he's instead on the right side of that three. It's across towards Withers. Important touch by Bone. It's back to Reed and across. Clock continues to tick down.
So what they've done is they've inverted the game with Zach Price here and Daniel Guy. So both left footers on the left side, both right footers on the left side, sorry. To invert it so they can step in and penetrate. But what Manchester do really well is on these defensive blocks, they're really secure, organised. Finds it really difficult to play through, and the ball needs to move a lot quicker.
Guy. Back to Reed. Tiherin comes into the centre of it. Tiherin out to Withers. And back for Guy. Stings the palms of Bone, and the effort's long, and Guy's charging back, but not quick enough. And that really is game over. Birmingham are going to fall to defeat from a leading position again. And Manchester are in dreamland now.
And that's what you see about the fly keeper. We talked about this earlier. You know, every game has a story. But when you play the fly, the scoreline can get away from you. And I think, you know, usually by the time you're playing the fly, you're rolling that dice anyway, because you know you can't, you're struggling to get back in the game. And it seems to go against teams in the modern game at the minute. What a great finish that was for a second time.
Yeah, pinpoint accuracy twice in a row that's really taken the game away from Birmingham. It looks so simple, but to do it under such pressured circumstances as well and be so accurate. This is Reed, it's blocked well by Adubafor. Doggy defending.
Brilliant defending, even at 6-3, minute and 14 to go. That's what you want to see from your talented players, is still willing to defend like that. Jeff Adubafor putting his body on the line. Team player, good spirit.
So just 1 minute and 14 left to play. And this stoppage in play as our match commissioner Ian Vaines cleans the court. I'm sure he'll enjoy getting a name mention. It is Birmingham's kick in, but time is well and truly running out. I think you called it perfectly at half-time, Mike. That just 5 minute spell just before the break where Manchester really seemed to take control of things, and they came out in similar fashion in the second half as well. It's really swung the game in their favour. Across to Chris Bright, it's given. It is bundled home over the line.
I think Manchester just got to grips with their game out of possession, found the triggers they thought were going to cause problems, strategically worked it out, and it caused Birmingham, after that first 15-minute spell of good, caused Birmingham problems to get out. And you know, Birmingham didn't really have an answer so far, and they've huffed and they've puffed a little bit, but you know, Manchester this second half have definitely been the quality team and dominated the ball, dominated possession, and looking good. Worthy winners. Not quite over yet, I don't think.
Manchester have really bounced back from the defeat last time out to Loughborough students. Give you a moment to think of a man of the match, Mike. We'll come to you for that in a moment or so as Tiherin looks for Withers towards the second post. Too much on it and it's out of play. Kai Bone goes long. Well taken down, and Dan Guy, who's in the Birmingham goal, still hasn't switched with David Christian. Guy can't have it in his defensive half, having touched it, but can have it here, of course. Guy back to Reed, and they're asking for handball against Guy. Tiherin.
I said it 4-3 would see more chances and more goals.
Guy.
It definitely looks that way.
Guy again. He just won't go in for Birmingham now. And that will give chance for Manchester to really see the game out with 6 seconds left.
Been far more
they can
aggressive.
Celebrate. Mike, then, do you have a man of the match for us? Who's really stood out for you today?
Been some great performances, you know. Cheering in the first 15 minutes was electric. Been a little bit quiet this second half, but for me, without shadow of a doubt, the individual ability of Jeff Adu before, but also his defensive quality. You saw 1 minute 14 to go, putting his body on the line. For me, that's a man of the match performance, not only in possession affecting the game, but out of possession being quality too.
Yeah, I totally have to agree with that. Jeff Adu before has really shown his quality today. Such an integral part of this Manchester side. Of course, they've been without Jordan Edge today as well, and have got the victory, so that's a pleasing factor. That goal's not given, just for the record, that the buzzer had already gone. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. It finishes 6-4 to Manchester. They'll be delighted. They've come to the home of Birmingham WLV, and they will take back all 3 points. Well and truly deserved as well. It was a great performance from them. Birmingham started brightly in the first half, got themselves twice ahead, but in the end, Manchester came out on top. And at full time, it finishes Birmingham WLV 4, Manchester 6. And so that does then bring to a close our coverage, brought to you today from the University of Wolverhampton's Walsall campus. Hope you've enjoyed tuning in. It's been a great day of FA National Futsal Series 1 action. First game we saw Loughborough students beat Bolton 6-3, and then wins for Bloomsbury and London Helvetia, and then a great last game of the day in which Manchester came out on top. They beat Birmingham by 6-4. So until next time, which will be in 3 weeks' time, live on BT Sport. From Mike Scabala alongside me and me, Isaac Barrington. We hope you've enjoyed, and it's goodbye.